Be seated.
Good morning. Before we start this morning, Commissioner Bennett has some amplification on a statement that was made yesterday.
Thank you, Chair. I just wish to clarify something that I said yesterday that appears at transcript page 396 at both line 1 and line 9, which was in response to a matter raised by Counsel for the State of New South Wales concerning the status of pre-recorded evidence. What I was seeking to make clear, and I think was made clear in other parts of what I said, was that a layperson's opinion expressed in such evidence is not proof of the existence of the fact expressed in that opinion. And I was of the view that the Commission would not be making an adverse finding against a government body or agency based on that sort of evidence. So, just for clarification, the word opinion ought to be understood as appearing after the words would not be making adverse findings upon that sort of opinion evidence in line 1, and then again in line 9, we would not be making adverse findings as findings of fact based upon that sort of opinion evidence. And those words should be inserted just for certainty into the transcript at that point. And I just wish to add that, of course, no government body or agency is precluded from responding to any pre-recorded video evidence by putting forward any such evidence or submission as it sees fit. So I just thought I'd clarify that missing word. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Hogan-Doran.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Commissioners, in January 2019, a monsoonal trough passed through far north Queensland, producing heavy rainfall and flooding that continued until February 2019. In response to this disaster, 4 payment types were activated by the Commonwealth to provide assistance to the public. The Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment, which I'll refer to as the AGDRP, the Disaster Recovery Allowance, also referred to as the DRA, and 2 types of ex gratia payments for eligible New Zealand citizens. The recovery program for that disaster is being led by a new standalone Commonwealth agency, the National Drought and North Queensland Flood Response and Recovery Agency. Today, we will explore the work of this agency with the Coordinator General, Mr Shane Stone, ACQC. We will also tender a report by Deloitte Access Economics detailing the social and economic cost of the North and Far North Queensland monsoonal trough event. We will also tender an independent post-activation review of the Department of Human Services response to that flood event. The report identified that the response was widely perceived to have been a success by the public and within government, noting that payments were made to disaster-affected individuals faster than any previous activation, with a commendable culture of wanting to help. However, 3 unintended consequences of the speedy response were risks requiring further mitigation for the future. This morning, we will explore the role and function of Services Australia and another new agency, the National Bushfire Recovery Agency, commonly known as NBRA, and how those challenges of communication, training and fraud prevention have been approached. First, you will hear this morning from the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Services Australia, Michelle Lees. Following Ms Lees, Commissioners, you'll hear from Andrew Colvin, the National Coordinator of the NBRA. From Mr Colvin, we will also explore the data demonstrating the impact and the scale of the 2019-2020 bushfire disaster on people, communities and the built environment. The National Principles for Disaster Recovery set out the principles for successful recovery. Operator, would you please bring up PMC 8001 0001 0362. The principles recognise that disaster recovery is part of emergency management and planning for recovery is integral to emergency preparation, and mitigation actions may often be initiated as part of recovery. Disaster recovery includes physical, environmental, economic and social elements. Operator, if you'll just focus on the right-hand side, successful recovery relies on, and the dot points that are underneath it. Understanding of the community context is key to a successful recovery. Today, we will explore with each of these witnesses how community context has driven their agency's work. Commissioners, We also note that those assisting have been advised that yesterday Commonwealth Emergency Management Minister announced state and territory emergency managers had agreed to a joint review of the joint Commonwealth, state and territory funded disaster recovery arrangements, which currently ties assistance to people who live in a particular area. We will follow this review and report back on any updates. Operator, that document can be brought down. Before I call Ms Lees, I'll deal with the tender of the documents for this morning. Commissioners, I tender the documents behind in Exhibit Bundle 6.1, which are the documents provided by Services Australia and are relevant to the evidence of Ms Michelle Lees. That's 6.1.1 through to 6.1.6.
Those documents will be received as exhibits as marked. Thank you.
I also tender the documents behind Bundle 6.2, which are the documents from the National Bushfire Recovery Agency and relevant to Mr Colvin's evidence, at 6.2.1 through to 6.2.16. I note that I am deferring the tender of Annexures 5 and Annexures 7 to Mr Colvin's witness statement, which I'll deal with during the course of his evidence.
Those documents will also be received as exhibits as marked. Thank you.
And finally, I tender the documents behind Bundle 6.3, which are the National Drought and North Queensland Flood Response and Recovery Agency materials relevant to the evidence of Mr Shane Stone. Those are the documents in the tender list 6.3.1 and includes the last document 6.3.4, which was provided to parties overnight.
And those documents will also be received as marked as exhibits. Thank you.
I call Michelle Lees. Ms Lees, you take an oath or affirmation. Just one moment, Ms Lees, we can't hear you. I'll just have that rechecked.
I'll take an affirmation, please, Council.
Now we
Thank
can hear
you.
you.
Ms Lees, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms Lees, welcome this morning. Thank you for making the time available. We appreciate it. So,
Thank
go
you,
on.
Commissioner.
Ms Lees, would you please describe your current role and your previous experience within the Australian Government?
So my current role is the Deputy CEO for Customer Service Delivery within Services Australia. So I'm currently responsible for all service delivery relating to Centrelink, Medicare, child support and a range of other payments and services that are delivered on behalf of the Commonwealth Government. And in terms of my experience with the Commonwealth Government, I have been working with Commonwealth Government for 35 years. And I have been, for the 35 years, working in social policy service delivery for that time.
Did you make a witness statement dated 29 May 2020 and provide it to the Commission under notice issued by the Commission?
Yes,
Do you have that document with you?
I do, Council.
And the contents of that content of that statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. What does Services Australia do? What does it not do with regard to disaster recovery?
So in relation to disaster recovery, we are responsible for administering Commonwealth payments. So the payments you mentioned earlier, Council, the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment, Disaster Recovery Allowance and ex gratia payments. We also have provision under the Australian Government Crisis Management Arrangements to operate a national emergency call centre surge capability, either on behalf of the Commonwealth or on behalf of states and territories. We also have provision to support states and territories and other Commonwealth agencies with delivery of payments and services as required, depending on the event.
Now, the services...
We don't... Sorry,
Council.
Council, we don't establish the policy in relation to the different payments and services. That is not our role.
You just made mention, and you also may have heard me make mention to the suite of payments and allowances by way of disaster relief in my opening. Could I ask you first to explain the difference between the forms of payment on the one hand, including the ex gratia payments, and then on the other hand, the allowance?
Sure. So the disaster recovery payment is a one-off payment paid to affected individuals, and with a certain amount available for adults and children. So it's a one-off payment. In terms of the disaster recovery allowance, it is a payment for a 13-week period for people who have had a loss of income as a result of the particular disaster event. And the ex gratia equivalents are for those who might fit within the bounds of the overarching policy, for example, New Zealand citizens, etc., but under the same provisions as the payments themselves.
Now, you've set out in your statement the total of payments and allowances that have been made to date. Operator, would you please bring up SER 500 001 0014 and show the three tables on that page? Now, I can't see the data in the top table identifies the amount dollars paid out to date with respect to the recovery payment, $224,926,900. What's the effective date? It's not apparent from that page. Just have that checked.
So the date, I'll just, if I may go to my document here.
16 September.
That's,
no, that's not right.
From September through to the 17th of May, Council.
All right. 16 September 2019 to 17 May 2020.
2020, that's right.
All right. The disaster recovery allowances made totalling $14,709,782,000.
That's right.
Ex gratia payments, $506,200. Ex gratia disaster recovery allowance, $119,259. And then totalling $240,262,140.
Ms Hogan Doran, if we can get the team to put that up on the broadcast, please, so people can follow this.
I had assumed that
There
was
we go.
being
It's
done.
up now. Thank you.
All right, we'll start that again. All of the documents that I asked to be called, if they could be broadcast today, and I'll attempt to indicate when they should be brought down. Taking that again, this first table sets out the value of payments in the period 16 September 2019 through to 17 May 2020 for the 2019-2020 bushfires. A total sum there of $240,262,140. Just pausing at that point, does Services Australia have a sense of, or has it made any projections as to how much more is anticipated will be paid by reference to those recovery payments or allowances made?
Council, usually the Department of Home Affairs would undertake projections as the event unfolds and as the event evolves. So it's not something that Services Australia would usually be part of. It would be a Home Affairs, Department of Home Affairs function.
Right. Now, you also set out there at the table included in paragraph 76, additional payments for children as at 17 May, totalling $33,700, I apologise, I'll withdraw that, $33,761,200, including 84,403 claims processed. So do we take it that that sum is to be included, or is an additional to the sum set out in the table above?
That's an additional amount, Council. It was a new payment for this event.
I see. You also set out in paragraph 77 the number of payments received and the total value of payments made between 4 February 2019 to 27 May 2020 for the 2019 North Queensland floods, totalling in the sum of 119,438,340. Is that right?
That's right.
And are those payments administered by Services Australia?
Yes, they are.
Is there a reason why Services Australia has been able to provide data for the North Queensland floods payments to 27 May, but for the bushfire recovery payments and allowances only to 17 May 2020?
Council, I expect what occurred was that the original response drew the data to a certain point, i.e. the 17th of May, and then what was found was that we hadn't answered the question in relation to North Queensland floods. So we can certainly come back through with data for the same time period in terms of having the data through to the 27th of May, if required by the Commission.
Oh, thank you, Ms Lees. We'll take that up separately and on that offer. Now, the Protivity report, which is annexed to your statement, if that document can now be brought down. The Protivity report from November 29 identified opportunities for future improvement in disaster recovery relief payment distributions, and you set out in your statement the measures Services Australia has adopted to address those recommendations in the context of the 2019-2020 bushfires. Operator, would you go to the same document but at 12, at 00112, and show the table on that page? And just by way of context, before I ask you some questions about this, Protivity, a consultancy firm, is that right?
That's right.
And Protivity provided to the Department of Human Services a post-activation review concerning the emergency response to the February 2019 Far North Queensland floods.
That's right.
And you've annexed to your statement the executive summary and the final report of that organisation. Now, in this table, as I understand it, what has been done is you've identified the three areas of recommendation for improvement that came out of that report based on the experience of the response to the recovery efforts for the North Queensland floods and how they have been applied to the 2019-2020 bushfires experience. Is that right?
That's right, Council.
Now, the three matters or the three recommendations, as you've identified, was improved teaming and communication, improved training and reduce fraud. The first thing I want to ask you about is the matter on the right of the first row. You say that during the 2019-2020 bushfires, Services Australia stood up the Emergency Recovery Task Force. Could you just describe to the Commissioners what is that task force and what its role and function has been?
Sure. So the task force involved different members of, I guess, a multidisciplinary team from across the agency, bringing together key functions such as the emergency management program team, operational staff, reporting, communications, technology, the HR area, and essentially ran a multidisciplinary team approach and a task force approach for a period of time, essentially from the beginning of January through to the end of February. And I was moved offline, and as Emergency Recovery Director and led that task force, and it was really to ensure that not only were we administering the payments in a timely way, and we had the right number of staff involved in that activity, but we're also coordinating the on the ground effort. So we have not just through our service centres and our usual servicing arrangements, but we deployed a number of staff out into the field through our mobile service centres and other mobile servicing teams. So it was a coordination point within the agency, as well as then a key coordination point in cross-Commonwealth and cross-jurisdiction engagement to make sure we had a comprehensive response across the various states and jurisdictions.
Just want to ask a couple of questions that arise out of that in relation to the coordination within the agency and within the whole of government, whole of Commonwealth government. You mentioned, I think you mentioned by reference early in your response to my questions about the Australian Government Crisis Management Framework. As I understand it from your statement, Services Australia itself has a crisis management framework, is that right?
We have an emergency response and recovery framework,
Right.
and part of the approach we used with the task force was ensuring that we had our emergency response and recovery committee established at the national level, and similarly at the local level, the local area had their emergency response and recovery committee established as well.
Is the emergency framework, if I can just call it that in a compact way,
Sure.
is the emergency framework connected or integrated with the overarching Australian Government crisis management framework?
It takes account of our responsibilities as part of the Australian Government Crisis Management Framework, and also we are represented on the and attend the Australian Government Crisis Coordination meetings, and then that feeds back all of that work feeds back into our emergency management framework and communication throughout the agency.
The Australian Government Crisis Coordination Committee, those were addressed. That was addressed in evidence yesterday. I'm not sure to what extent you were following it. Were you following the evidence of Mr. Cameron?
I was periodically,
Right.
Council, yes.
And this is not a memory test, and we can probably do it by way of reference to the documents, but are you aware of whether or not Services Australia participated in the Coordination Committee meetings over the course of the 2019-2020 bushfire season?
Yes, I am aware. Prior to my involvement, there were other colleagues who were participating as members of that committee, and then I was directly involved from late December throughout until February.
Have you yourself ever attended those meetings?
Yes, I have.
What's the process for taking information that's gleaned from or shared during the course of those meetings back in and through your agency?
So what we do is two things. One is for our Emergency Response and Recovery Committee forum. There's a direct reporting back through that line, as well as a written approach of summarising what came up in the meetings, sending that to key stakeholders, and looking at actions that we might need to take as part of that forum. So it's undertaken in a variety of ways, but during a significant event such as the 2019-20 bushfire response, we were having daily emergency response and recovery committee meetings, and therefore there was that direct conveyance of messaging through that fora, as well as the email backup as well.
In those meetings, that is the meetings of the Australian Government Crisis Coordination Committee, Services Australia will be recorded as Human Services, is that right? Department of Human Services?
Yes, for the that initial period of time, that's right.
All right. It doesn't appear that Services Australia participated in the National Crisis Committee meetings, is that right, to your knowledge?
The National Crisis Committee, so are they the ones with the state and territories?
Indeed.
Yeah, there were a number of meetings that I participated in with states and territories, but I know that there are sometimes meetings held that it's really whatever agencies are most pertinent to the topics of that meeting will participate, and it doesn't always include us.
All right. Can I now ask you about the second row, which is improved training? There are a number of training gaps have been identified in relation to the development of training and administration of the service officers.
Again, can we get that put up in the broadcast, please, just to be fully transparent to people? Thank you.
It's up, thank you. Sorry, Commissioner, I couldn't see the screen. Now, how has the approach, if at all, how has the approach been different to training to enable staff members to deliver the services that Services Australia offers during the bushfire recovery process?
Really, the biggest change has been in terms of some of the training, more giving examples on how to do the work, not what the parameters are. So you need to cover both the parameters of payments as well as then how what the system flow will look like. What are some practical examples of the types of calls you might get, and the types of situations that the citizens might find themselves in. So it's been sort of really made a little more fit for purpose in terms of the nature of the specific inquiries, and helping to guide staff who will be undertaking the claims through the actual claims process from woe to go, into including the conversation they might have, but also how they then would interact with the technology as well.
All right, I now want to ask you about the third row, but operator, that also carries over to the next page. So if you could just focus on that bottom row and then add in the rest of the table on the following page, and have them both together. Thank you. I want to ask you so the training package referred to, that you've just referred to and is referred to here, provided information to staff about how to detect and minimise fraudulent claims. This just goes to the training issue. The question I want to ask more broadly is, what has been the experience of Services Australia in relation to fraudulent claims or suspected fraudulent claims during the 2019-2020 bushfire recovery process?
I don't have direct experience of the fraud aspect of Services Australia. We do have a team that specifically looks at fraud and have different parameters for identifying fraud. And there have been some prosecutions that have been publicised in recent weeks in relation to fraud that has occurred during these bushfires, but I don't have the detail of the approach.
All right, well, we can follow that up for subsequent hearings. Now, that can be brought down. Thank you, operator. At paragraph 73 of your statement, you say that Provativity have been engaged to undertake a similar review into the 2019-2020 bushfire season. When is that report due?
So that work has commenced, Council, and I'd expect that the report will be due essentially over the next month. So they were well progressed when I met with them a couple of weeks ago, and were finalising their conversations.
Has there been any interim report delivered?
Not at this time, no.
All right. Is the review adopting the same methodology that the 2019 review did, which was interviewing a range of participants and stakeholders?
Yes, it is, including extending out to engaging with the National Bushfire Recovery Agency, which is a new agency and a big part of our partnering approach, which was different to the 2019 North Queensland floods. So a similar approach, similar parameters.
So you say a different approach and a partnering approach. What does that mean? What's a partnering approach?
So the Bushfire Recovery Agency didn't exist previously. In terms of our role with the Bushfire Recovery Agency, we had staff seconded into the agency. We worked very closely with the agency as part of the initial response activity, including cross-agency working groups, and led a number of pieces of that work. We have supported the agency with some work they were doing around a technology to help people connect to services in affected areas. And so we have a range of arrangements in place with Bushfire Recovery Agency, including continuing to have staff work with them on the ground in local areas to support the ongoing recovery activity.
Now, Ms Lees, as you know, many people lost their homes or were evacuated in circumstances where they could not have brought with them their personal identification documents. What has been Service Australia's approach to those kinds of challenges for people who are applying for disaster relief?
So there's a couple of ways that we have approached that, Council. One is through the bushfire season, we trialled a different approach for people proving their identity using a face verification service and biometric alignment around proof of identity. We also, where we have an existing record for the person who has been impacted, we will help to establish their identity using a proof of record ownership question approach. And we also provide 28 days for people to provide any proof of identity documentation to us that might be required over and above what we can establish through other means. So we attempt to get money to people as quickly as possible, and also avoid them needing to attend a service centre in person with identity. So we have a range of ways where how we can help people in those immediate situations post-event.
Good night. Operator, could you bring up page 10 of Ms Lee's statement? I want you to bring up paragraph 61, and it goes over to the next page, and then display that on the public broadcast. I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the facial recognition or the face verification service. And you say, I'll say in a paragraph that I haven't asked to be shown, but you said it showed positive income. Sorry, I'll withdraw that. You say it saw positive outcomes with hundreds of Australians using this technology to confirm their identity in both an effective and efficient manner. It sets out there, you set out there the process by which this verification service was used. Do we take from this that it was only used for those residents of South Australia and Victoria?
We attempted to use the service in all of the impacted locations, and particularly in early 2020. And whilst we had arrangements in place specifically with driver's licences and agreement to use driver's licences in South Australia and Victoria, we also could match passports and any visas that might have a photograph in other jurisdictions. So we did trial the utilisation in a range of states, not just South Australia and Victoria.
So you make the point there that it's a trial. Is that likely, or is there any steps being taken to make that a permanent feature?
We continue to look at how we might build out the face verification service and biometric identity utilisation more broadly. There is work elsewhere within the Commonwealth looking at digital identity, and we will continue to look at how we might best leverage those technologies as they improve. There were some learnings about how we could best use the existing face verification service through this approach, and we're implementing changes accordingly.
Was this trial set up before the bushfire season, or did it only emerge during the course of it and with an appreciation of the scale of the disaster?
It's my understanding that it was something that was in place ahead of the bushfire season, but we saw that this was an opportunity to support the community by using this approach during the bushfire season.
Right, could that be, yes, Commissioner?
Just ask a question of Ms Lees, just so the general public have and I have an idea as well. How did this actually work? There wasn't drones or cameras flying around and taking photos of people, was there? It's a set process that you would go through for this to happen, because it seems like it's a great system. But if you could just explain the mechanisation behind it, so people have an idea of that, please.
Sure. Commissioner, so it involved firstly explaining to the person who was making a claim what the face verification service meant, that it meant matching a photograph of their face with other identification documents. There was a webcam where it actually took, I guess, the image and through a portal matched it up with the other existing photographic ID, whether it be passport, visa or driver's licences. So it was absolutely by consent, and there were a small number of instances where the individuals did not give consent, and so we went through the usual proof of identity mechanism for those individuals.
Okay, and just one other question, because you mentioned a couple of states. Were there any impediments working with some states in using this, either legal or procedural or whatever, or it was actually open across all the states?
It's not my specific area of expertise. It does, my understanding is it does require agreement, and in some jurisdictions, it's the nature of the way that their driver's license, etc., might be established in terms of their system, that might be an impediment. But I'm not aware of. I know that it needs to be done via agreement, and that there. But I'm not sure of the level of impediment in this instance for the purposes of the bushfire response.
Yes, just to clarify a couple of things. I think you mentioned that the individual person involved had to give consent. Is that right?
That's right.
And just anecdotally, did you find that this was particularly of assistance if people had lost access to their documents? You know, because of the event, the people turned up without all the requisite proofs of identity, and it was particularly useful in that sort of situation?
Yes, Commissioner. The other usefulness in this context was in many situations people were displaced from their usual home. So it wasn't just the loss of documents, but people had to leave their homes very quickly, or they might have been in another location as the event came through. So they didn't necessarily have those types of documents with them at the time. So it was a combination of the two.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have another couple of questions. Ms Lees, if I can take you to your statement, please, and it's page 0006. It's paragraph 28, and it's going back to the financial assistance and the cooperation between Services Australia, so the Commonwealth, State and Territory bodies. And para 28, I just wonder if you could elaborate a bit more on your opinion there, that there's an opportunity to consolidate, please, and just sort of, if you could bring that out a bit more for us.
Sure. So there are different provisions under the disaster recovery funding arrangements that mean that there are some payments that are made by state and territory governments for what I'd consider to be similar reasons to the Commonwealth payments that are made. And at the moment, there's a requirement for individuals to apply to the different jurisdictions for those different payments. It does get confusing for people because there are different amounts. And obviously the need to complete different application forms. There's different waiting periods, etc. So, in my opinion, that there may be some benefit to looking at whether those arrangements are consolidated in some way or reviewed in some way to consider whether it might be beneficial for individuals and more efficient to have one entity administer the payments. For example, could similar payments be administered by either states or territories or Commonwealth on behalf of the other entity.
Thank you very much for that, because the submissions to us, one of the biggest issue has been the confusion over the payments and the mechanisms for it. Thank you for elaborating on that. I appreciate that very much.
Chair, I still have additional questions. I
Oh, you
haven't
do?
completed my
Okay,
examination of
that's
Ms.
all right.
Lees.
In that case,
Would
we
be
will,
convenient?
no, we'll let you go, and then we'll come in after that. Thank you.
That document can be brought down and be removed from public display. Ms. Lees, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the decision-making process. Is this an automated decision-making process by Services Australia in terms of claims?
No, Council. It's a staff member is required to exercise delegation in relation to the eligibility for the payments.
So what might be involved when there's some sort of complexity to the claims process?
If there's a level of complexity, then there might be a more senior officer who needs to be involved. For example, it might require a complex assessment officer to have a look through different income and asset information. It could mean that individuals need to provide additional documentation to support their claim, to get more detail about, for example, for disaster recovery allowance, their loss of income, or, for example, if they have income and assets or trusts and companies, etc., that warrants further information and further examination before finalising the claim.
Can you give Commissioners an insight into reasons why a claim may be rejected?
In terms of the Australian government disaster recovery payment, it could be that the individual's principal place of residence isn't in a local government area that has been activated or declared as eligible. It could be that the extent of damage or impact, damage to property or impact, doesn't meet the eligibility criteria. For disaster recovery allowance, it could be that the person hasn't been able to establish a loss of income to the extent that it's required for them to be eligible for the 13 weeks.
Is another reason just they don't have enough paperwork?
No, we would usually work with the person who's making the claim to explore avenues for how they can provide the information that might be required, including looking at alternative sources of information if needed, noting that in some instances documentation might have been destroyed, either documentation they had or documentation that someone like their accountant or another person might have on their behalf. So we will work with individuals as much as possible to help look at alternative sources of that evidence.
Two final matters. The first is, in your statement at paragraph 9, you state that the average days to process a claim from the time it was made to the date a decision was made on eligibility was 6 days for the recovery payment and 35 days for the recovery allowance. That is on page 0003, operator. Just have you bring up that box and have that displayed. Thank you. First question I have is, did Services Australia set a benchmark for its delivery of these payments and allowances?
It's my understanding that we don't have a particular timeliness standard for those payments. That is usually set by the relevant policy agency. With the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment, we can make those payments generally very quickly, including for many individuals on the same day that they contact us. In terms of why it might take a little while longer in terms of the 6 days, that can be because we have received a claim and the local government area hasn't been declared, and we don't immediately reject that claim. We hold it, and particularly when there's an evolving disaster situation as occurred this year, and then we we go back and we reactivate or we assess the claim in the event that that local government area has been activated at a later point, which can then impact what the average number of days can be. For the disaster recovery allowance, because that is a payment type that does require people to provide information about loss of income and some additional information that typically can take a little longer for people to get information to us. And also if there's a degree of complexity that can add to the time for that payment being assessed.
So those dates, 6 days and 35 days, that's the period for determination of eligibility, and only that, not the date to payment. Is that right?
That's right.
But you've just
That's
said
right,
something
Councillor.
about that you can sometimes get the payments made on the day on which the eligibility has been determined. That fast tracking of payments, has that been, you state in your statement at paragraph 18, because of the new payments platform? Could you just explain to the commissioners what the introduction of the new payments platform has done to speed delivery of payments in real time?
Sure. Yes, Council. So the new payments platform does allow for someone to receive their payment immediately. So if they have a bank account that is new payments platform reachable, it is with a financial institution that is part of the new payments platform, and it's an account that is also part of the suite of accounts that have the new payments platform applied. It literally means where someone is considered to be in financial hardship, the staff member can opt to direct that payment immediately through the new payments platform, and it will be in the bank account immediately. Prior to having the facility within the new payments platform, we did have and we still do have a facility for those who don't have bank accounts that are part of the new payments platform, called the real-time gross settlement functionality, which means that, again, if someone was in hardship, if the claim was assessed before 3 p.m. On a given day, and someone claimed, the staff member applied the real-time gross settlement approach, the person would get the payment that day. If it's after 3 p.m, it would be the next business day. So there was a provision to provide money in more real time previously, but the new payments platform has meant that there is more opportunity to provide immediate payments for those who need them.
And just the last one matter, I want to go back to the face verification service. You mentioned in your statement that additional information about that service is available on the Digital Transformation Agency's website. What work is Services Australia doing with the Digital Transformation Agency to further improve service delivery for recovery payments and allowances? Is there any additional work on foot or plan?
It's not my area of expertise, but yes, there is additional work on foot, looking at how we can best utilise the functionality, the biometric functionality that is being worked through and deployed. And so we are looking at how we might utilise that in a service delivery context going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Lees.
We're actively involved with the Digital Transformation Agency. They are part of the social services portfolio, of which Services Australia is also part. So we work with them very closely on a range of matters.
Commissioners, those are my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. Possibly following on from that and some of the matters you dealt with earlier, and going back to that concept that paragraph 28 of your statement where you talked about the need for people to make multiple applications. And I think you referred to one possibility, seem to be two possibilities really. One possibility is that one body deliver the payments on behalf of all the different agencies and sources of assistance to people. And the other might be the sort of thing we're talking about now, which is using a digital platform whereby information with consent of the individual concerned, or at least the basic information, bearing in mind there could be different questions that would be asked, but at least the basic story, the basic information could be shared amongst all the different agencies that including perhaps even charities, that are delivering assistance to the community. Is Services Australia examining either or both of those possibilities as a way to stop people having to retell their story over and over?
In previous events, there has been a consent-based approach used by some jurisdictions to allow and facilitate that sharing of information. This would really be a matter for Home Affairs to be progressing. However, during this bushfire event, because there was the emergency declaration under the Privacy Act, we did work closely with the Red Cross and including myself personally working with the Red Cross to look at how we might facilitate appropriate sharing of information to support payments being made. So there are a number of ways that we have used consent-based approaches and provisions under the emergency declaration to date. And I do believe that there are other opportunities that would be available to us going forward, and something that I believe that we should be pursuing as a Commonwealth.
So this would facilitate, in effect, a single point of information exchange, if I can call it that, between the individual and the other, the bank of possibilities on the other side.
That's right, and as you mentioned, Commissioner, the gathering of base information that could be used by whether it's a charity, an approved charity, or state and territory, or the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Ms. Lees. Thank you very much for your help this morning. I'll just wait for the camera to come across to me. Same page, if you just include para 27, please, just so she can see it. In there, you identify, para 27, you identify that the Commonwealth Government assistance under the DRFA is dependent on what the states do. Can you comment on the extent to which there are inconsistencies in the level of assistance that are provided both by the states and then ultimately by the Commonwealth, given that the Commonwealth funds up to 75% of the programs under there? I'm worried about those instances, for example, in, say, Mallacoota, where if you cross the border, in Mallacoota you might receive a certain level of payment, but then you cross the border to Eden and you receive a completely different level of payment, or up in, say, Casino, and you cross over to Noosa that was also affected and receive a different level of payment by virtue of the fact that the Commonwealth assistance hinges on state levels of assistance.
That question would be best directed to the Department of Home Affairs, Commissioner. It's not something that I would get involved in or be able to comment on.
I understand that. Thank you very much. Then I might take you to 0014, if I could. Let's wait for that to come up. I'm interested here in the information you've provided us on the claims made and claims rejected and the claims ultimately paid out. My maths has never been fantastic, so apologies if I make some mistakes here, but on my calculations, it looks like you had a rejection rate that was in excess of 11% across all of them, and in relation to the DRA, it was as high as 33%. That obviously can be a product of a number of factors. It could be fraud, for example, it could be confusion on behalf of applicants, or it could reflect unmet need. Do you have any views on why we have or why we see such a high rate of rejection for Commonwealth Government assistance?
So for the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment, it can be a combination of things, including the actual location not being within the remit. People think that they would be eligible. Sometimes localities are eligible for state or territory government assistance, but it then isn't activated for the Commonwealth assistance, and so they might have received one, but they're not eligible for the other. For Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment 2, the eligibility criteria can for example, it mightn't be that you've lost or your entire property. It could be a proportion of damage to the property, and therefore people might claim on the basis of thinking that they would meet the eligibility criteria, and when we work through with them, we establish that no, they haven't in fact had the required level of damage. By way of example, with the disaster recovery allowance, it is for a 13-week period. Sometimes people find that their circumstances can change, so they make an application reasonably early post-event, and then they find that their circumstances might change, or they change their mind, or they haven't been able to establish that loss of income based on their employment circumstance. For example, if they were running a business as opposed to being an individual who was deriving an income. So there are a range of parameters as to why the rejection rate is as high as it is, noting that some of it could be a level of confusion around the parameters of the Commonwealth payments as opposed to the state and territory payments.
Thanks very much. Nothing more from me, Chair.
Thank you for that. Ms Lees, appreciate that and clarifying the confusion, so to speak, across states and Commonwealth with the payments there. Ms Hogan-Doran?
Nothing arising, Chair. Might Ms Lees be... Oh, just one moment. I'm being
Any
suggested that I need
questions?
to pause. I'm being reminded I need to pause. I did inquire just while those questions were going on. We've had nothing communicated to us from the parties with leave to appear.
Okay.
In those circumstances, might Ms Lees be excused?
Ms Lees may be excused. Thank you for joining us this morning, Ms Lees. We appreciate it.
Now,
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Council.
thank you. Chair and Commissioners, Mr Colvin, who's our next witness, is appearing from the same room, so they're just going to change over, and there'll need to be just a short period of time for that to occur. I anticipate Mr Colvin will take till at least midday. Would it be convenient to have a short break now, or at the conclusion of his evidence, or in the middle of his evidence, whatever's of convenience to you?
I'll tell you what, why don't we take a 10-minute break now until 5 past 11. That'll give time for Mr Colvin to come up, and then we'll go all the way through till lunch.
All right.
Thank you.
And I might just mention, I will endeavour to finish all of that evidence by 1, so that the parties have 1 to 2. However, there is quite a bit of evidence to be taken today, and it may be that I'll be asking you, Commissioners, to sit into lunch so that we can complete Mr Stone's evidence.
That's why we're here. Not a problem with that.
Thank you, Chair.
Royal Commission has resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Yes, I call Andrew Colvin.
Mr Colvin, thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
No. Mr Colvin, we couldn't hear you then, so we'll just see if that you're unmuted.
Yes, Ms Hogan-Doran. Good morning and good morning, Commissioners.
Mr Colvin, I understand you'll take an affirmation.
That is correct.
Mr. Colvin, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr Colvin, you prepared and provided to the Commission under notice a witness statement dated 29 May 2020,
That's correct, yes.
and you have that statement with you?
Yes, I do.
All right. And the contents of that statement are true and correct?
To the best of my knowledge, the content of that statement is true and correct, yes.
Now, Mr Colvin, you're the National Coordinator of the NBRA, which was established on 6 January this year. Your background was as Australian Federal Police Commissioner from 2014 to September 2019, having worked for the AFP, if I may call it that, for nearly 30 years. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Is the NBRA an independent agency or is it embedded within government?
It's an embedded agency within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. We operate independently, we're independently branded and we operate independently operationally, but we are a part of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
I think you set out a high-level structure at Annexure A to your statement, which I don't appear to have. No, I'll just leave that. Operator, could you go to PMC 8001 0001 0298 and show the table there at paragraph 9? And it also goes over to the second page, if you could put those next to each other on the public display. All right. Just the table. I don't want the rest of the questions. All right. Well, while that's being done, Mr. Colvin, if you could just explain to the commissioners what are the primary roles and functions of the NBRA. I know you set out quite a number of them, but I want to get a sense for the commissioners. What's the primary role and function?
Yeah, thank you, Ms Hogan-Doran. As my statement says, that sets out the formality of what the NBRA has been tasked to do. But to summarise, it is effectively a single point of truth for the Commonwealth in terms of recovery from the 1920 bushfire season, and specifically just the 1920 bushfire season, so including the coordination of the Commonwealth support and measures available, to listen and to connect with the communities to make sure that the support that is available is finding its way to where it needs to and is having the impact that it should. And of course, to partner with our state and local government partners, as well as other non-government organisations. There are a lot of players in the field of recovery from something like this bushfire, and our role is, from a Commonwealth perspective, to bring that national perspective and that national clarity as we work with them.
To what extent is the role a leadership and advisory role?
Well, it's a leadership and advisory role from a Commonwealth perspective, most definitely, and I think the convening power of the Commonwealth means that from a federation perspective and our relationship with the states and territories, there is that ability to bring a degree of leadership and coordination across the entirety of government levels. But yeah, I'd describe it as that.
I just want to capture what it doesn't include. Am I right in understanding that it doesn't include determination of who should receive recovery payments or allowances?
So the recovery payments and allowances are effectively delivered by somebody else, either another Commonwealth agency or in the main part state and territory agencies. In terms of eligibility, we certainly have a key and central role in shaping the policy. So the response of government the eligibility criteria, the guidelines that sit around that, but it's delivered by other entities.
How is the MBRA to be distinguished or from other agencies within government that are associated with disaster recovery responsibilities?
Well, we are, of course, a new agency. As you said in your opening, we were stood up on the 6th of January, and in many ways, the frameworks that exist that you've heard quite a deal about don't contemplate the National Bushfire Recovery Agency. So we are a new agency, and we have spent a considerable part of our time deconflicting and ensuring that our role was a net positive and a value add. So, for instance, I know you've taken evidence from Mr. Cameron from Emergency Management Australia within the Home Affairs Department. They own the policy, they own the documents, and they are the Commonwealth's primary lead on disaster recovery. We're very focused on delivering those measures that are required to help communities respond from the 1920 fires within the framework that currently exists to the extent that we can.
All right. Now, I just want to ask a bit more about your personal role and responsibilities as the National Coordinator. Could we go to paragraph 15 on page 0300, Operator, and have that paragraph put up on the display? Just the paragraph. Now, just as that was the agency's response, is that a fair summary of your role and responsibilities, Mr. Colvin?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Yes, it is.
Now, it refers in particular to a leadership role and engagement and collaboration and being a contact point. Is your role Canberra-based, or do you work in fire-affected communities on the ground, so to speak?
So my role is Canberra-based. Prior to the limitations that COVID-19 put on us, I would spend a great deal of time travelling to communities. Since that time, though, I haven't dropped that engagement with communities. We just do it differently through virtual means. So I see my role in a number of ways. One is obviously to provide that advice to government about what's working, what's not, what do we need to adjust. And to do that, I strongly believe that I need to be hearing the individual experiences. And as an agency, we've taken a very much an individual experience lens through which recovery is being delivered. So we need to hear from the communities directly.
So the Commission would appreciate the restrictions on travel that COVID-19 has placed on you and many others. Is there a plan for resumption of your travel to fire-affected communities?
There is, and I wouldn't want the Commission to think that during this period we have dropped off entirely. In fact, I've found that our virtual visits and our engagement through a whole range of platforms have actually been really quite intense and extremely informative. So I think going forward we'll probably use a combination, but we are now, we have some plans that are coming together with our state and territory partners for how we will re-engage with communities in a physical sense as well, because there's nothing that replaces the physical ability to see and hear and sense for yourself what's happening on the ground.
We go now to paragraph 17 and have the box brought up. It's on the next page. I want to ask you now some questions about coordination for recovery. In the second dot point, you make the point that state and territory agencies, or the states and territories, are the primary delivery level of government for recovery assistance, particularly measures costs shared with the Commonwealth through the DRFA, and I take that to be a reference to the disaster recovery funding arrangements. You also point to local government playing a critical role at the local level, focusing primarily on guiding and delivering community and local infrastructure activity. The second, I'm going to just pull out the 2 points that I want to raise with you. The first is you speak of the State Federal National Bushfire Recovery Forum, which you do in the last dot point, attended by recovery coordinators. I have a few questions that arise from that. The first is just about the forum itself. How well has that forum worked in your observation?
The forum has worked. My observation is the forum has been absolutely fundamental to the success or otherwise. The forum has worked very well. My experience with state-federal relationships is the best way to coordinate our activity is to sit around and put the issues on the table and talk about them, and that forum has been led by my deputy coordinator, and it's been extremely successful.
To your knowledge, is the work of that forum documented by MBRA or others?
Yes, it is. So outcomes are recorded and taskings that flow from that forum.
You also speak of subject matter specific coordination groups. Is the work of those groups also documented by MBRA?
To the extent that we have visibility of it. So we will bring in subject matter experts. It could be the Australian Local Government Association. It could be small business peak bodies or charity peak bodies as the need arises. To the extent that they are interacting with us and informing us of their activity, then yes, we will document that. But of course, they also have their own activity that's quite separate to us.
Is the MBRA the chair of those coordination groups, or are they chaired by others?
In the main, we are the chair of the groups, yes.
All right. I now want to ask you some questions about the local government, which we mentioned in the second dot point. Are they involved in the forum?
So the Australian Local Government Association, as the peak body for the local governments, are involved in the forum. As I'm sure you would appreciate, we're now up to 111 local governments have been triggered. So that would make the forum very difficult for us to manage if they were all involved. So we have the peak body involved, and then on specific matters, if it's a specific issue we need to deal with, then we'll go deeper with the local government particularly.
You make the point that 111 local government areas have been declared. Is that right? Is that what you're referring to when you mentioned that a moment ago?
They have been triggered for the purposes of the disaster recovery funding arrangements, yes. That's the most recent trigger.
Is there any formal, appreciating what you say about the large number, is there any formal process by which the MBRA deals with those 111 local government areas and their respective municipal councils or relevant leadership bodies?
Yeah, it's a good question. What we tend to do is, as new measures are developed or new information, I have written out to local government association, local governments separately on behalf of the MBRA, and then we will deal with them one-on-one bilaterally. But no, there is no forum that brings them all together with us. There are regional forums. So, for instance, the Canberra region forum has around 13 local governments that come together, organised by themselves, and we have engaged with that group on occasion. But no, there's no one forum that brings them all together.
Just on those regional groups, are those regional groups standing regional groups, or is that an ad hoc, shall we say, collaboration for the purposes of engaging with the MBRA?
So it's my experience and observation that they vary. Some of them are standing groups that are quite well organised. Some of them appear to be more collections of local governments that get together because they're in the same region. So I couldn't go beyond that because I guess I'm not the expert. That would be a question probably for Elgar. But we do know that these groups definitely exist because it's raised with us on a number of occasions.
And when you say Elgar, you mean the Local Government Association of Australia?
Sorry, yes.
No.
Yes.
There's many acronyms.
There are.
Just one last question on the local government arrangements. In your dealings with local governments just generally, and in particular the local governments, I'll start that again. Do you only deal with the local governments that are local government declared areas? Local government areas that have been declared?
Yes.
All right. Now, in your dealings with LGA declared, I'll say councils for this purpose, have you identified any difference between particular regions or particular states as being more or less responsive to dealing with or working with the MBRA?
So I would say that on the whole, everyone has worked with us very well. Certainly across the various state jurisdictions and the 111, and to put that in context, when the MBRA was first stood up, there were 42 LGAs declared. There are now 111. So it's a constant process of LGAs being added. We found the engagement to be positive. However, what varies is the levels of understanding within the local government area of the role of the Commonwealth or of the workings of the DRFA. And I don't say that in a pejorative way. I think it is a complex document, and unless you've had a reason to deal with it in the past, it wouldn't be something that's familiar with you. So Some councils are extremely familiar with it and understand what the Commonwealth brings. Others we may need to explain further.
Now, would you agree that not all bushfire-affected local government areas have been declared for the purposes of the DRFA arrangements?
Yes, I would agree with that because there were fires across Australia, more fires across Australia than there are local government areas that have triggered. That's correct.
And in particular, there were bushfire-affected areas in Western Australia and Northern Territory which are not captured by this declared arrangement.
That is correct, yes.
What dealings does the NBRA have with local government those local government areas in WA and the Northern Territory?
To my knowledge, we have no direct dealing. So we deal, for instance, that the State Federal Forum has Western Australia and the Northern Territory as a part of it to make sure that we're not missing any relevant aspects there. But no, we're not dealing directly with the local government areas that are non-declared.
All right. All right. Could that be brought down, operator? And I now want to ask some more questions about coordination. And I'll take you to paragraph 20 concerning the Recovery Coordination Group. And that's over 2 pages, operator, if you could have both of those brought up together. Just wait for those to be displayed in an order that is capable of being displayed. Thanks so much. Now, in the second box, the third dash point down, you referred to the NBRA hosting the Recovery Coordination Group, which involves EMA and the National Drought and North Queensland Flood Response and Recovery Agency to coordinate recovery efforts, noting the common areas of interest. What are the common areas of interest?
So as we have travelled this journey, it's been quite obvious to us that it's a mistake for us to see the impact of the bushfires simply through the lens of the fire itself. So you can't, for many of our bushfire affected communities, drought has been a large impact that has now been added to with bushfires, and then of course flood and of course COVID. So what we thought very early is it was important to make sure that we were conscious of what other agencies were doing in this space, particularly at the Commonwealth level, and the Drought and North Queensland Flood Agency, mostly from a drought perspective, was an obvious first point for us to deconflict and understand.
All right. Is this a formal group? That is, are the proceedings or outcomes of this work recorded?
It's not a formal group in that it doesn't exist in a framework somewhere. This is something that we have pulled together. It's only recently been expanded to include COVID, and I'm not sure that I can say categorically that the recordings, the outcomes are recorded. I would need to take advice.
Is there a lead agency in the group?
Well, we have pulled it together, so I guess to the extent that we have pulled the meeting together, we're the lead, but it's not a forum that I would describe as a lead, or otherwise it's, we're all equals, achieving what we need to achieve.
As you've just said, and as you say in your statement, the group has recently been extended to include the National COVID-19 Coordination Commission.
That's correct.
You notice their focus is on national economic recovery. To what extent is this also part of your existing remit?
So recovery from the 1920 bushfire season will naturally involve an economic recovery aspect, and there are pillars of recovery that are well documented, and economic recovery is a big part of that. And from a Commonwealth perspective, the levers that we have are often at an economic level. Not always, not solely, of course there's social and environmental, but are often an economic level. So the rationale with making sure that we were well connected with COVID Commission is because they are obviously rolling out large measures as well, and we've seen that. And from bushfire victims' perspective, we can see that it can be quite difficult to navigate. So understanding how the two measures can be complementary, or the various measures are complementary, and how we, from a bushfire perspective, can maximise them, frankly, from a bushfire community is what I'm interested in.
You make the observation that victims of both bushfires and COVID-19 will find could find difficult to navigate. How is duplication of effort being avoided between these different agencies and Commission?
Yeah, look, it is a challenge as measures are necessarily rolled out quickly to try and help communities. What we do from a communication perspective, and our communication teams are in constant contact to make sure that we understand what the COVID measures are. To the extent that we can influence them or there's crossover, then we'll attempt to do that. But most of our effort is around explaining them to the communities that are impacted and helping them step through what they might be available for, understanding that they may be available for a number of grants. And as I say, I mean, my focus is the bushfire communities. I want them to maximise the ability that they can to get financial support or otherwise.
All right. Can I take you now to paragraph 21 of your statement, and Operator, if you can go to page 0304. I want to ask you some questions about the MBRA's establishment of a series of enduring and ad hoc cross-jurisdiction and sector outreach and engagement mechanisms, which is set out on this page and the next. In particular, I want to ask a question. There's a number of questions I could ask, but given the time, I want to focus on just one. It may be that the Commissioners have questions that come out of other aspects of this, but I want to focus on the Federal State Bushfire Recovery Data Working Group, which is the fourth one down, and if that could be focused upon, Operator. Is this an enduring or an ad hoc group, that working group that's been established?
It is an ad hoc group. The length of time that we need it for will depend on when we can get the data into a form that we're satisfied with.
Now, it's the position, isn't it, that there is no nationally consistent reporting metrics?
That is correct.
And there is not an agreed set of data sharing principles?
That is correct.
And the jurisdictions are not communicating and referencing the same foundation data sets when they provide information to the MBRA?
That is correct, yes.
All right. What is the status of this group's work?
It's ongoing, and it is a challenge. And I would say at the outset, it's a challenge that's not as a result of anybody's not wanting to achieve the outcome here, but effectively it might help the Commission. Mostly the DRFA and disasters that we have dealt with in this country are very specific to an individual area, a region, a local government area, and largely, definitely, mostly a state. So some of the challenges that have come out of the 1920 bushfire season have been that because of the cross-jurisdictional nature, the 5 states or territories that are now triggered, the 6 states or territories that are now triggered, has meant that everybody has legacy systems that report differently. Through a normal lens, that wouldn't be an issue and a challenge, but because of the national nature of this event, we found that we will need to continue to work on those data sets, continue to improve them and refine them. They are constantly changing as we either add local government areas to it or we add new measures for support. So I can't see the Data Recovery Working Group ending anytime soon.
Based on what you've just said, in your opinion, should the Commission expect not to be able to, at least in the short term, obtain a consistent understanding of the impact of the national disasters and the success of recovery efforts by reference to a consistent set of metrics, principles and data sets?
So I think what we have done in the MBRA is we have brought together what we consider to be a consistent set of data principles. Sitting below them requires some quite intense at times manual work to make the reporting fit to a consistent set. And the material that we have provided to the Commission is what we believe is a consistent set of measures that we can confidently report on. But there is a lot of effort that goes in and a lot of manual data crunching to make it consistent.
All right. Paragraph 44.
Can I just jump in there, please, mate? But Mr. Colvin, that's really only in the areas that you're responsible for, right? The LGAs that have been activated. So that's not a national picture. It's only a picture that you have been able to pull together. And I appreciate what your team have done to pull together that data for us.
That's correct, Commissioner. It is only in relation to the local government areas that are triggered for support and relief on as a result of the 1920 bushfire season. So much of the data that we have provided to you was around 96 local government areas at the time that that data was provided. We're now up to 111, so it's a constant process for us, but it is not national.
And again, I appreciate your team trying to crunch all those numbers for us, but it is a frustration for us in trying to get to the bottom of what happened nationally over the 2019 and 20 bushfires. Ms Hogan-Doran, thank you.
Can I just ask one more question rising from that? So as I understand what you said, that you've formulated a consistent set of information or data sets that you want, and people are getting information from the other jurisdictions and sort of manually entering that material into your data sets. Is that what you're saying?
Effectively, Commissioner, yes. We draw the information from a variety of means, often state and territories who through best endeavours give it to us in the forms that they are able to get it out of their legacy systems or their databases. We try and make sense of it to give a national picture. So at times that does require a fair bit of manual adjustment to the figures.
And so this data working group, is that working towards developing, and are the other jurisdictions amenable to reconfiguring their own information to achieve a nationally consistent picture?
Yes to both of those, Commissioner, but I wouldn't want to understate what a challenge that is, because the delivery agencies, the states and territories, have quite different ways of recording and absorbing the information themselves.
Thank you.
Mr Colvin, if we could go to paragraph 44 of your statement. By way of assistance to the Commission, you annexed a number of documents to your statement, some of which I have tendered this morning, to help give the Commission a more detailed picture of the impact on the built natural, economic and social environments. The Commonwealth requested the Commission consult, which we have done, with the states and territories whose information is included in those annexures, and I understand that was done for the purposes of transparency. And is that right?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And we've been assisted by the states and territories in that regard. Some of the information commissioners, well, I just ask you, Mr Colvin, is it your understanding that one of the matters that you were seeking to identify is that there may be information that would tend to identify individual people who, for privacy reasons, that information ought not be published by the Commission?
That's correct. So as you'll see from the annexures, the reporting to the Commonwealth is quite different. And we're always very conscious of not wanting to identify individuals or, for that matter, identify regions that may be quite granular and therefore identify specific measures for specific regions. Right. So as I understand it, most of the states have agreed, but I believe that one jurisdiction is a little concerned that their report may be a little granular and might identify individuals or small organisations that have or haven't received support.
That's right, and Commissioners, for your assistance, that is ongoing, and we anticipate that will be resolved fairly shortly. And what I may do is seek to tender effectively in chambers after this hearing, if we can't complete it today, a redacted form so that those individual privacy concerns can be properly addressed.
And I appreciate the difficulty there, and it's no intent for us to get into pointing fingers at individuals or that level of detail. So thank you.
That level of detail, yes. Now, the other matter I want to take you to is that the Commonwealth also identified in relation to Annexure 5 to your statement, which we have also deferred the tender because it raises other agencies outside the MBRA wish to consider issues raised, and then I think the Commonwealth wished to coordinate those matters. We appreciate that the MBRA and indeed all Commonwealth agencies have been pressed by the Commission to provide information in very short order and often without an opportunity to fully consult on a whole of government basis. Is that your understanding of the concerns, Mr Colvin?
That is, and the concerns specifically relate to unintended consequences of putting out specific details, particularly when it relates to health measures.
Yes.
Again, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, if that could be taken down. The other matter I want to take you to, just in relation to data, paragraph 46 on page 0321, which concerns about the impact on the national, I withdraw that, an impact on the natural environment. We've been informed today through the Commonwealth's legal representatives that the data in this table will need to be updated, as it does not include some data about burnt areas and certain local government areas. Are you aware of this issue, Mr. Colvin?
Yes, I am, and I'm happy to talk to that if the Commission pleases.
Yes, please.
So the key issue, and we will update this table in detail for the Commission. The key issue, though, is that table relates to 8.2 million hectares of burnt area in the 96 local government areas that were declared that table was based on. So it was based on a declaration of 96 local government areas. As I indicated before, we are constantly updating our data, and we're now up to 111 local government areas declared. Ordinarily, I wouldn't expect it to make a large difference, but yesterday when we looked at the total burn scar landmass now, including the additional local government areas that have been added, it jumps from 8.2 million hectares to 13.5 million hectares. So a sizable jump, and I know that the Commission and the Commissioners particularly have taken an interest in the burn scar mapping, and I just felt that it was important to update the Commission, and we'll tidy that table up. We'll provide it to the Commission along those categories, but effectively what's been added is a large portion of far north Queensland up around the Cape that did burn. Smaller impact on communities, as you would appreciate, but certainly a large amount of hectares burnt, and that's now been triggered.
One of the questions I asked, thank you for that, Mr. Colvin. One of the, and we will pursue an update with you after today. One of the matters I took you to earlier was to the extent that MBRA has a reach beyond declared LGAs, and you indicated it doesn't capture, it doesn't deal with those who, for example, in WA and the Northern Territory. Is there anyone, to your knowledge, within government, if it's not MBRA, who will be able to capture the total hectares affected by the fires in the 2019-2020 bushfire season across Australia? That is, what is the burn scar across Australia, and not just those that have happened to pass the threshold for the declaration of a local, for declaration purposes for financial assistance?
That's correct. So we work very closely with the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, who have the most complete set of data. However, we've had to, as a result of the MBRA being established and wanting to bring a national picture, we've had to work very hard with a range of data sets to try and bring a coherent picture together. I think we have that now, and I believe we may have provided some material to the Commission. To give you the context, it's probably in the order of 35 million hectares of land has been burnt in the 1920 bushfire season, of which we're only dealing with a small portion of that. I guess I'd also want to make the point, though, that if the Northern Territory or Western Australia was to approach the Commonwealth or the MBRA outside of the DRFA arrangements and say there is a particular need for Commonwealth support here, we would, of course, consider that. That hasn't occurred to this point, and hence why we're focusing in on where local governments have requested support from the Commonwealth.
And the information here, as you say, is about the impact on the natural environment, as indicated by the size of the burn scar. Is it the case that the way in which the MBRA is established is that it is primarily, its bounds are primarily driven by the DRFA arrangements?
That's correct. I mean, the DRFA is the framework under which the Commonwealth supports state and territories in the recovery from natural disasters. Mm-hmm. Now, DRFA, there are limitations, as I know you've heard about with the DRFA, and I would be open to considering other ways that the Commonwealth could support if necessary. But that said, it is a working framework that is effective at giving states and territories an ability to trigger Commonwealth support, which hasn't happened for these other areas.
Can we have that taken down, operator? Mr. Colvin, what I'd like to do now is move to an understanding of the different recovery phases, which you deal with in paragraph 19 of your statement on page 0302. And I'll just have that paragraph brought up. This is the, and just for those seeking to follow, that where information is included in a, has a border around it in your statement, it's because it is essentially a restatement of the information that was provided by the MBRA in relation to earlier notices to give information. Now, just asking about this, you separated here the immediate relief and recovery on the one hand and the long-term community recovery on the other. The Floods Agency, if I may call it by that, led by Shane Stone, has a 5-year remit. What's the NBRA's remit?
So we've been established for 2 years with an end date of the 31st of December 2021. So yeah, we're established for 2 years.
All right. Now, one of the matters that you deal with in this, I think it's in this. No, I think it's elsewhere. Sorry, Chair, did you have a question? Oh, that's all right. In terms of the longer-term community recovery, what is anticipated in relation to the work that will be done after the MBRA finishes its 2-year period of activity?
So everything that we are doing in that longer term recovery, we're not putting a 2-year lens on it. So we recognise that recovery, it can be generational in some instances. We've heard that experience from others, but certainly it extends beyond 2 years for full recovery. So the measures that we are putting in place, the programs that we are delivering or structuring as we move into that longer term recovery phase, we haven't put a sunset on that. What I would anticipate is that come 2022, a lot of these measures, I would hope, are at a point that it is a business as usual rollout of the measures and the support, and an organisation like EMA would be able to continue to perform that core role that it does for the Commonwealth of monitoring those going forward.
You speak about the... Sorry?
I was just going to ask, I mean, it may not be directly on that issue of the time frame of the recovery, but I was interested in at this stage in 2 paragraphs of your statement, one at paragraph 26 and one at paragraph 30, where you give an opinion as to a future status or a future utility for a national recovery agency such as your own. And in particular, you say that embedding the capability longer term would help improve the efficiency of the system, bearing in mind there could be something else going forward. And also you say at paragraph 30, you talk about recognising jurisdictional input, that mandating responsibility with a Commonwealth body would significantly contribute to an improved recovery practice in Australia by providing a national perspective and a more holistic and longer-term view of recovery being taken. Now, I see what you've written there. Can you just, would you like to expand on that just a little so I get an understanding of exactly what you see?
Certainly, Commissioner. I think it will often depend on the nature of the disaster that has been dealt with. The 1920 bushfires, I think, tested, stretched the frameworks that we had because it was over such a long period of time, 6 months or more, and it was over so many jurisdictions. So the role of the Commonwealth was far more obvious and clear in terms of bringing that national perspective. But even in the absence of such a large-scale event, I do see value in the Commonwealth having a focal point for Commonwealth measures. So the Commonwealth will always have measures that it needs to support the states and local governments. I know you've just heard from Services Australia about DRP and DRA. I believe that going forward, the Commonwealth will need to think very carefully about what a focal point for Commonwealth measures looks like, irrelevant of if it's a national incident of the scale we've just seen. So these are decisions that will need to be made, and they're not weighing me down in terms of what we need to do to keep support rolling. But I can see that this will be a policy consideration that we're going to have to give at some point in the future.
Thank you very much.
Just some follow-up questions on that, Mr. Colvin, and I'll take it in a couple of stages, if I may. The first is you deal with, in some annexures to your statement, various documentation that's in a draft stage, a strategic stakeholder engagement plan, a liaison network plan, and other documentation. That appears to be a fairly bespoke work, is that right?
It is bespoke, yes.
All right. Is there no precedent or draft that's been able to be reached to use, or has it all been had to be done on the run?
There's been no precedent or document that I think we could draw on with confidence. The situation that we were dealing with, obviously there was there's some precedent with the National Drought and North Queensland Flood Agency, but of course they were dealing with a very different response to what we were, in a different magnitude in some ways. So we felt that we needed to put together our own guidance. And I'm certainly doing that with the perspective that, depending on what decisions are made about in perpetuity for an agency like this, that I would hope that the work that we have done will form that basis for something going forward.
Well, you've anticipated my question, which was, is there any intention to establish a set of governance documents that can be applied to future disaster recovery agency work?
So I would hope that the lessons that we are learning, the adjustments that we are making as we go along, and the frameworks that we're putting in will have an enduring impact on other agencies that may also be vested with similar responsibilities, or just as a lesson learned for future disasters.
All right. Just taking you from that, if I could go to paragraph 72 to 74 of your statement, I want to turn to the perspective of people who are only just starting to engage with immediate financial disaster relief and others wanting to get on with rebuilding. You have some observations there about the difficulties which inform some of the concerns, as I understand it, of trying to streamline and improve greater coordination and information sharing to support individuals' experience with engaging with the different recovery mechanisms. In what way, what is your sense of the level of engagement? Sorry, I'll start that again. Take it in stages. You say a number of people are only just starting to engage with the recovery process. What kind of impact is that likely to have on the long-term work of your agency?
So it means that we need to be flexible. And the greatest example I can give you is when the agency was stood up in January, we were seen in the south coast of New South Wales and East Victoria and East Gippsland, communities who were very much still in response mode, fighting fires, trying to protect their homes and their lives. Whereas in central Queensland, we had communities that were now 4 or 5 months past their fire event. So communities up there were turning their mind to recovery. It probably had already started the recovery process, while other parts of Australia were very much trying to fight fires, and we're a long way from thinking about recovery. So we needed to be flexible and try and adapt our measures. The states and territories have been extremely cooperative and like-minded in that desire to find a way that we can design a relief and recovery process that suits the needs of every community, noting that the starkest experience and lesson that I have learnt so far in the 5 months that we've existed is that every community is different, and even within those communities, every individual's journey to recovery is entirely different.
Paragraph 73, you refer to no wrong door and one-stop shop principles. Could you just expand or explain what those are?
I can. As an aspiration, and I'm sure that the states and territories and our non-government partners as well, who are a big part of this, agree, it would be ideal that a victim of a bushfire only ever needs to talk to one person and tell their story once. Because every time they have to tell their story, we're effectively re-traumatising that individual. And I saw firsthand, personally, the overwhelming nature of what someone has to do. So that is not easy. That is a challenge across governments and across the non-government sector to have a no wrong door. But in prospect, the idea that whoever you approach can give you the advice you need, not just the advice from their particular perspective. And that's very similar to one-stop shop as well. I attended recovery centres where I saw the overwhelming nature of the response, the generous nature of government and non-government and community organisations were offering, but it was overwhelming. It was overwhelming for me to come in and see it. I can only imagine what it was like for somebody who was trying to bring their life back together. So I think we need to continue to work on this, again, understanding that it's not straightforward, but as an aspiration, we should be trying to do better here.
One of the questions you addressed in answer to a question to Commissioner Bennett was suggested improvements and how those arrangements might be improved. You set those out in paragraph 24 of your statement. I appreciate what you also answered to one of your Commissioner Bennett's questions was that it's ultimately a policy question as to whether or not there are better ways to streamline the processes for activations and to deal with indirect impacts. I think you make that point under paragraph 24.
Yes.
Is that what you understand is subject to the review that was announced yesterday?
So the review of the DRFA, as I understand it, will look at the DRFA from top to bottom through the lens of what we have learnt in this season, as well as, of course, other disasters. And I would expect, and certainly our input to that review would be around issues such as indirect
24.
impact. And to explain that a little further, and it gets back to what I said to the Commissioner earlier, that many of the disasters that Australia has dealt with, as terrible and tragic as they are, have affected a much smaller defined area, probably for a shorter scale, 2 or 3 days. 6 months, 5-6 jurisdictions tested those frameworks. In that indirect impact, most of our recovery from disaster frameworks have relied on the principle that you needed to be directly affected by the flood or by the hurricane, the cyclone, by the fire. What we quickly found once we started to consult with the communities is that the indirect impact of this particular event was massive, and that the DRFA didn't properly contemplate, and some of our arrangements didn't properly contemplate how to deal with that. So we had to quickly find ways to deal with that indirect impact, and I think that is still an ongoing issue. But that's one of the issues I think under the DRFA that needs to be looked at, and I know will be looked at.
If we could just go to the next page and to the top of the box on page 0307. You also talk about the DRFA being limited in its focus on reinstatement with betterment. Before we pass from that, what is meant by betterment?
So the DRFA, while it does contemplate rebuilding infrastructure in a way that improves on where it was, I don't think that the principle of betterment is as strong a philosophy in our recovery frameworks as I believe it should be. Mm-hmm. So if a structure burns down, a bridge, a public toilet facility at a park, of course we want to rebuild that facility, but we want to rebuild it to create the intent, not necessarily the bricks and mortar. And betterment should be factored into all of our recovery so that we're learning the lessons of the recovery. We're learning the lessons of the disaster. And to the extent that we can, we are building back in a way that hopefully mitigates the potential for it to happen again. The DRFA, I wouldn't say it doesn't contemplate betterment, but there is a stronger emphasis on reinstatement, not necessarily improvement.
Talking about lessons learned and how things might change for the future, paragraph 25 goes on that page and then over several pages, but we'll just start with this one. In answer to a question you were asked in what ways the Commonwealth should have a greater role, I don't want to ask you to answer about the should part, but what I would like to understand is the concept of the role being scalable depending on the severity, extent and duration of disasters. What kind of aspects of the work of the Commonwealth ought to be scalable?
So what I'm talking about there and what we're trying to get across is that I guess what I was saying before, that not every disaster is the same, and some disasters will be contained and well within the remit of the state to manage with the support of the Commonwealth through DRP and DRA. But I believe that what we just saw in the 1920 season was of such an extent that the Commonwealth needed to expand both its measures of support as well as the role that it played. And the role that we play is through the creation of the NBRA. So scale will depending on the nature of the event. The states will always be in a much better place than the Commonwealth to understand the impact, understand the severity, and to understand what recovery looks like. I think the Commonwealth needs to be flexible to tailor what we do depending on the size of the event.
Right. I'm just going to have mentioned, but we'll pursue this in the later hearing box. The next page, you set out the agency's response to what might change in the future. So this is page 0308. It's the rest of this paragraph, 25. And I'll just capture those points. Providing a single national coordination point for all elements of disaster recovery, developing a national situation awareness, monitoring the human experience with accessing recovery assistance and driving long-term recovery. You also set out in the following page, which I won't go to, what measures might be needed to make more recovery processes more effective and efficient, which the Commission will pursue or anticipates pursuing. In terms of the lessons learned, may we take it that these suggestions for the future are the product of considering these questions by the Commission, or was it already an exercise being undertaken to try to identify lessons learned? Is there a formal process ongoing within this particular agency as to how lessons might be learned for the future?
There is. I mean, it was an early determination by ourselves that we needed to make sure that we maximise the ability for others to learn from what we were learning. And I would hasten to add that we're now starting our 6th month of operation, so we are learning still as we go, and our experience is developing. But we have created within the agency a small team dedicated to collecting lessons, to making sure that we're hearing the feedback, not just from the community, from other agencies about what could be done differently. And the Commission was a good opportunity for us to put that down in paper, but we certainly see that in a much broader context, that a key outcome at the end of the NBRA, whenever that is, I believe should be not just the recovery of communities, but advice to government, advice to our partners about what we learned along the way.
All right. Just one moment, Mr. Colvin, if I have anything further. I think it's been picked up by the other Commissioners' questions, and so I might just invite the Commissioners.
One observation, though, when we're developing this, and we will get Mr. Colvin back again as we identify lessons, they're only lessons learnt if you don't repeat them. Until then, they're identified. So, Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. Can I take you to, is it in your statement 0309, so it's page 13.
Yes.
Down the bottom there, you say that an agency with responsibility for recovery from all national natural disasters would also create efficiencies of technology, relationships, planning and expertise, and greater sharing of learning, as well as reducing inefficiencies of creating bespoke capabilities in times of crisis and negotiating lines of responsibility. What I take you there is suggesting that of establishing a rolling or a permanent Commonwealth agency. If I interpreted that correctly, and do you want to add some more flavour to that idea and the benefits that might stem from it?
No, I think you have interpreted it correctly, Commissioner. I think what we're saying in there is that one of our greatest challenges was that we were standing the agency up at a time of actually trying to deal with the crisis. And we were standing it up in a way that we needed to, the NBRA wasn't contemplated in any national frameworks for disaster recovery. While the role of the Commonwealth was, we were taking that role further. So we needed to work very hard to create the value add that the NBRA would bring. And I would hope that going forward, should decisions be made for an agency similar or for this to be done again, that a lot of that will already be in existence as opposed to needing to create it again. I think the other aspects of that, Commissioner, though, are around creating efficiencies of technology. So we have been working very closely, and I believe you might have just had evidence about this from Services Australia, on how do we get a better technical platform for which victims can simply and easily, those that are technically minded, simply and easily access Commonwealth Government, or for that matter, non-government support arrangements. I would hate to see that that was lost going forward. I think it has utility beyond just the bushfire event. So those relationships and planning, I think that probably speaks for itself. But what we are, to Commissioner Binskin's point, I mean, the lessons aren't learnt until we make sure we don't do them again. And I think there is a risk that we don't want to keep creating bespoke capabilities.
Thanks. I might follow up if I could, Chair. Just one other. Yeah, I asked the previous witness about the fact that under the disaster recovery funding arrangements, that Commonwealth funding follows state funding, and I just wondered, had you experienced or have you experienced in your job examples where you've had inconsistencies between programs and offerings to members of the community based on which jurisdiction they happen to fall into?
Unfortunately, Commissioner, yes. And I say that with all due respect to all of our partners, who everyone is aligned in their intention to make this as smooth as possible. But the reality is that there are differences across jurisdictional boundaries, and the experience of an Australian recovering from this event can vary depending on which side of an artificial line that you sit. And I'm not just talking about state lines, that can also vary at times from local government boundaries as well. And everyone is working very hard with good endeavour to address that. But yes, and the DRFA actually embeds some of those inconsistencies. So I'm sure that the previous witness would have probably talked about the payments, or previous witnesses would have talked about payments that are available under the DRFA from time to time. For instance, payments to individuals vary across states. The states all have different mechanisms for payments. What the Commonwealth did and what the MBRA did in response to this event and in the creation of the MBRA was try and lift them all up to a standard level. So small businesses were all, no matter where you were, able to access a $50,000 grant or a $10,000 grant. Primary producers were able to access a $75,000 grant regardless of where you lived, as long as you were in a triggered local government area. There are embedded inconsistencies in our framework that only become an issue and a concern when the disaster crosses jurisdictional boundaries, which doesn't happen a great deal.
Thanks. Sure.
Mr. Coleman, I'll just follow up on that, because we've had a number of submissions from people frustrated in states where there was no declaration. Can you just clarify for the layperson, the declaration starts at the LGA level and works up to the state to declare it, or is it up to the state to declare which LGAs are affected?
Effectively, the state writes to the Commonwealth, particularly for categories C and D, and triggers the local government area for support under the DRFA. So the Commonwealth doesn't trigger them, the state has to trigger them, and that will be on behalf of the local government area, and that's appropriate given that they are in a much closer situation to assess the damage and assess the needs. So the LGA themselves, Commissioner, doesn't trigger, the state triggers on their behalf.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
I just have one other question going to a slightly different. Sorry. Did you want to go on with that? Okay. A slightly different area. You've commented a number of times in your statement, and we certainly heard a lot of submissions on this, as well as the difficulties of people not knowing what was available and having to tell their story multiple times. So the one-stop shop concept, but also this, as you've also emphasised, the lack of appreciation of exactly what's available from states, Commonwealth and non-government agencies. And you say in your statement at paragraph 60 that the MBRA is working with stakeholders to ensure clear and consistent messaging of support available. And bearing in mind that you've also focused on the importance of community-led recovery and the fact that every area is different, every community is different, every local government area is different, and the needs are different, I'm trying to get an understanding. I mean, what can you do about getting these messages out? What is it the MBRA is actually doing to try and, I suppose, target the messages to the community, you know, the different message that will need to go to each community because of what is available depending upon that particular community issue, and then also how do you get that out?
Yeah. So, Commissioner, you've hit on probably the greatest challenge that ourselves and our recovery partners have. And if I can describe it this way, everybody's communication needs are very different. And some people are very adept at navigating the internet and want to use technology. Others, for a range of very legitimate reasons, want nothing to do with technology. The consistent advice that we have been given and what we are doing, as well as our state partners, the consistent advice is face-to-face at the local level is the best way to assist. So from an MBRA perspective, we are pushing out a far more enhanced liaison network where we are employing locals to work with us because they know the community best. I know that New South Wales, Victoria, other jurisdictions are doing similar. There is a risk, of course, that if we're not coordinated, that can be confusing as well, but we are working very hard to make sure that we are coordinated. But in amongst all of the different messaging and all of the individual needs, it seems to us that local communities, when they are at their most vulnerable, turn to other locals for support. So messages from us in the Commonwealth don't penetrate. In fact, we saw that Facebook groups, message boards, local word of mouth was by far the most effective way to cut through. And that is a double-edged sword, because if a message is slightly misguided or inaccurate, then that will spread just as quickly as a positive message.
Well, then just one follow-on one from that. And I mean, that certainly would be consistent with the sort of submissions that we've had and the feeling we've had from local communities. But then accepting that, you know, the answer is to have liaison or people who understand things out in the individual communities, and you never know which community is going to be affected. Or you've gone into existing ones. You would have had to then, I suppose, to have trained people, found someone in a local community and then trained them up because to understand what the differences were and how to access them. On going forward, what does one do when one doesn't know where the next disaster is going to come from? I mean, how difficult was it to train local people up to the requisite level so they were giving out correct messaging? And then what do we do in the future, if I can ask you that?
Yep. So, Commissioner, it is difficult, and it's a constant training process because measures are constantly developing and changing, and we want to make sure our liaison network is contemporary. It wasn't difficult to find quality people locally because I think the desire to help the local community is a strong principle in Australia. What we did in the MBRA in the early stages, because the Commonwealth, of course, doesn't have the reach into that granular local community level like the local government does. The closest that we have to that is Services Australia through our Centrelink offices and Services Australia offices. And I know that you heard evidence before that they assisted us greatly and gave us liaison. From a Commonwealth perspective, they know the local community better than anyone, but they know it through a lens of what they normally deliver. I think going forward, we will need to work out with our state and territory partners and our local government partners how we develop a capacity and a cadre of people who can be stood up quickly. Because, of course, latent capacity doesn't exist in governments very often, and it gets soaked up and absorbed into other things. But this is a challenge for us because you're right, we don't know where the next bushfire will be, and we don't want to have to recreate and retrain another new set of people. So I don't have a good answer for you at the moment, Commissioner, but suffice to say we are working really hard on what that might look like. And I think the lessons we are learning again and the model that we are putting in place now around our local liaison and the engagement and interaction with our state partners will serve any agency and any government well for any future disaster.
Thank you very much. Your evidence has been very insightful and very, very helpful.
Thank you. Commissioner McIntosh, one final question.
Yeah, one last question. We've heard from a number of charities and even witnesses last week that they saw that the Privacy Act was an impediment to the performance of their recovery tasks by impeding the sharing of information, and that's notwithstanding the fact that there was an exemption granted. Are you aware of these concerns, and do you think it's because there's a problem with the Act itself, or is it a problem with communicating the existence of the exemption?
Commissioner, I think it's a really complicated set of reasons as to why this is difficult, and it involves interplay of legislation at state and federal level, as well as constitutions of agencies, as well as operating governance arrangements for agencies. So the Attorney General, very early in the piece after our creation, did issue the exemption, and that freed up, from a Commonwealth perspective, our ability to share information through Services Australia, for instance, with the Red Cross. I know it also freed up my officers to speak a little more comfortably when talking to their state partners about individual cases. But once you step below that level, of course, states have their own legislation, which is entirely appropriate, and it just starts to become a really complex matrix. The attorney's exemption only relates to Commonwealth information. The information, of course, is collected at a really granular level in the first instance by local governments. So this is a challenge for lawyers far smarter than I to wade through and work this out, but it is absolutely a challenge that we have to address.
Great, thank you, and thanks very much for your help today.
Mr. Colvin, thank you for your time this morning and this afternoon. We really do appreciate it very, very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Nothing further from me. Might Mr. Colvin be excused?
Mr. Colvin can be excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Commissioners, our final witness of the morning is Mr. Shane Stone, who I believe is available. I call Shane Stone. Is he queued? Mr. Stone.
The Honourable Shane Stone, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Mr. Stone, will you take an oath or affirmation in giving your evidence?
I'll take an oath.
Mr. Stone, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Stone, you're the Coordinator General of the National Drought and North Queensland Flood Response and Recovery Agency.
Yes.
How long have you been in that role?
Since December 2019, and before that, I was head of the flood agency dating from the 1st of March 2019. I can't see.
Just make sure that, Mr. Stone, that you've got vision into the hearing room. Can you see?
No, I haven't.
You haven't?
I can see you in the corner.
All right, it might be the way that it's displayed.
I can't see the commissioners.
No, you won't.
You'll see the commissioners as we cut in and ask questions, Mr. Stone. Other than that, should be counsel assisting or the evidence as it comes up on the screen.
Well, I'm not seeing you now, even though you're talking to me.
All right.
All right, we'll just pause in the questions while we sort out the technology here for a second.
Yeah, but I can't see the...
So I understand
That's
it's
not
an
right.
issue at Mr. Stone's end. Would it be, I only anticipate having about 30 minutes worth of questions for Mr. Stone, and I can see there's some breaking up of the connection. Would it be convenient to the commissioners that we adjourn for 5 minutes, and we'll try and make sure that this connection is satisfactory?
Okay, let's take an adjournment for 5 minutes until 20 past.
Oh,
Are you
We're
happy
right,
to
we're
continue,
back.
Mr. Stone?
Yeah, we're back. I can now. I've got a full picture.
Okay, we've got a full picture of you as well. So we're good to go.
Very good.
Right, councillor assistant.
Very good.
The only difficulty is that there is a significant delay between what you're saying and then the vision of you saying those words. So we'll just endeavour to do what we can, Mr. Stone.
How's that?
There is a delay, but I'll see how the commissioners go, so in terms of comprehending your evidence. I was asking you, we just dealt with the issues in relation to how long you've been in the role. Just for the benefit of the transcript, if you could give the commissioners some insight into your previous experience in government and the Australian community in coming into this role.
Well, the last 20 years have been spent in the private sector, but before that, I was Chief Minister of the Northern Territory and 10 years a Cabinet Minister. And my experience around the Katherine floods in 1998 served as very good preparation for having to deal with the floods in North Queensland.
So, as you said, the agency was initially stood up in response to the floods in North Queensland and far North Queensland, initially set up as an independent agency from the very beginning?
No, initially set up as a task force,
Right.
similar to the bushfire agency, but we transitioned into a statutory body which, even though I sit within Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, I have a great deal of autonomy and essentially run my own show.
And what have been the advantages in having that autonomy for the work of the agency?
Well, I can cut through, make quick decisions. I choose my own people. We take our own position on issues being considered by government. I do have an advisory board that I draw on very strongly, and we've been able to apply the lessons learned in flood to drought. And so we've got a more nimble, agile structure than any of the other agencies.
Now, I understand you have staff who are dispersed across Australia. You have regional recovery officer positions. Is that right?
The staff are split between the Canberra office and the Brisbane office. And I have 18 regional recovery officers out in the field around Australia. I don't have an office. I operate from my car, my Land Cruiser, and in the first 12 months I would have driven 22,000 kilometres in going into the communities that I have responsibility for.
All right. There was a report commissioned that gives some insights into the impact of the North Queensland floods and the monsoon event on, which I'll just have turned up, which I can't seem to locate. Here we go. NRA 501 001 0001. This is a Deloitte Access Economics report on the social and economic cost of the North and Far North Queensland monsoon trough, which I understand was commissioned for the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. Can you see that on your screen, Mr. Stone?
No, I don't, but I know that the report that you're referring to.
All right. What I'm going to do is take the commissioners just to two parts of the executive summary to try and help them, and then call on your assistance to get a sense of the impact of this monsoon trough event, and then I want to show the commissioners the very extensive local government areas that were affected. If we could go to 0007 of that, which is the page that identifies that the social economic costs of this disaster was $5.68 billion. It's right, isn't it, that's more than just the financial cost. That is more than just the cost of payments by way of recovery, relief and so on. It's going to the broader question of the economic activity and the impact on people's health and communities. Is that right?
Correct. That's from the Northern Territory Board, through to the Queensland coastline.
And is that consistent from what you've seen when you've, as you described, you've been out in your Land Cruiser and working your way through that very vast area of Australia?
Yes.
Now, what I'd like to take the commissioners to then is 0010, which is the figure 1.1, map of affected LGAs in the 2019 North and Far North Queensland monsoon trough. Could you tell the commissioners, Mr. Stone, something about this area so they have a sense of where this is in Australia and what's the kind of area that are captured by this affected areas?
This is an area larger than the UK, and it covered about 14 different LGAs. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of that, but anyway, I know the map that you're referring to because we created that within our agency.
Right.
To make the point for people that we were dealing with in Canberra, the extent of this flood.
Now, Mr. Stone, I'll tell you just two things that might assist. It's 56% of the state of Queensland, and it's almost.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. You're being provided a copy of it. Thank you. It's pretty much the whole of the top half of Queensland, from Mackay and Barcoo, Longreach local government areas in the south, right up to the Torres Strait.
Yes, it was 700 kilometres long, up to 70 kilometres wide, covering 15,000 kilometres in the Flinders and Norman River basins. And it also reached into Townsville, where the devastation was extensive. So it was quite confronting to see it and to then observe it as the waters receded.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions, get some sense for the commissioners of the people, the communities and the effect on the built environment. In terms of people, is this I take it that other than Townsville, that's a relatively sparsely populated area of Australia?
It is. There's, throughout that area, there's over 500 cattle stations. Not all of them were impacted, but the population is sparse, but the damage to infrastructure was in many ways overwhelming. And for people who had literally lost everything, bearing in mind that there was close to 500,000 cattle who drowned, 43,000 sheep, over 22,000 kilometres of fencing, nearly 30,000 kilometres of farm roads, you sort of start to get the drift of, even though there's not that many people, you've still got to put it all back together again.
Yeah. And in terms of the progress of that recovery from that, where is that sitting at the moment? For example, in relation to the restoration of livestock and the restoration of the built environment, such as roads and bridges and things like that. Is it still an ongoing work program?
It is ongoing, and really the thrust of the agency is about tomorrow. It's not about the initial response, and while we're talking about that, EMA were effectively the first responders, and I have huge admiration and respect for the way they operated and the way they turned up initially, as they do whenever we have something like this. But our role in the aftermath was to support people putting their lives back together, and that was everyone from cattle producers through to people who own small business in Townsville. And our focus over our 5-year remit is all about that recovery and rebuilding North Queensland. We have recently completed a report which will be going to government on the very issue of what what comes next. This is still in draft form, but after the flood, a prosperous, better prepared and secure future.
I'll come to
So
that.
that's our main focus.
I'll come to that in shortly, Mr. Stone. What I want to do just before I leave this document is two questions. I'm just reading from the agency's response first, which noted that the residential, commercial and public infrastructure damage of the 2019 flood event was estimated at 2.7 billion, and that the environmental impacts were conservatively estimated at 44 million, noting that they're likely to be underestimated, and that there were flow-on intangible environmental impacts. The next question that I wanted to is that your understanding of the position?
Yes, that's correct. Correct.
All right. And the second matter I want to raise with you is those LGA areas, were they all declared at once or were they declared over a successive period?
No, there was 11 initially, and about 12 months after that, I had maintained representations to add another 3. I'd been out and visited the properties and the small villages, and they were caught in this situation of, like you take, for example, Charters Towers. Not enough of Charters Towers was impacted by the flood to warrant the Queensland State Government invoking the RFA. Anyway, that all worked out, and we've been able to be of assistance in more recent times.
All right. That document can be taken down. Now, I just want to ask you some questions now about your experience of getting out to the affected communities and what you've described in your response, or the agency's response, as its guiding principle being locally led, locally understood and locally implemented. Can you assist the commissioners in just understanding the formulation of that principle and how that has then guided the work and the support that the agency has delivered?
Well, my background in politics taught me some valuable lessons that there's no greater sceptic than the Australian public when you turn up and say, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. You need to get onto the ground quickly, and that's part of our ethos, boots on the ground. You can't be a member of this agency unless you agree to get dirt on your boots and dirt under your fingernails. And only by getting out there and meeting and talking with people, and I mean around the kitchen table or town hall meetings and in the main streets of some of these small communities, is that you realise very quickly that the solutions need to come from local people, and they need to understand it, and they need to join with you in implementing. In other words, they've got to own it. And by adopting that ethos, we have made very significant progress. I mean, the floods are not on the front page, but that in itself is a problem, because I meet people in the south who say to me, what flood? I meet people in Brisbane who say to me, what flood? And for me, that's an indicator that the folks in the far north have been getting on with it. I mean, they're a very sort of stoic group of people. They're used to these sort of disasters, and what was on offer from the government of the day was quite unprecedented. They'd never seen anything like this. So I've always said that what defined our agency was that once the money had been transferred to Queensland Treasury from Commonwealth Treasury under the DRFA scheme at first instance, the fact that our agents, Q Ryder, who we engaged from the Queensland Government, again, who are just absolutely outstanding people who actually operate Northern Territory, parts of Queensland, the ACT. They are so expert. The fact that they were turning around those first grants in 3 days defined this agency and gave people confidence that locally led, locally understood and locally implemented wasn't just a slogan. It actually meant something, and it worked.
Now, you just referred to QRIDA, that's the Queensland Rural and Industry Development Authority.
Yes.
Is that a new arrangement or an unusual arrangement from your knowledge of the sort of using the as you've described it, essentially subcontracting the payments through, or that's a reflection of the way in which the current DRFA is established?
Well, they've been around a long time, and they, together with QRA, have, I mean, let's face it, Queensland is disaster central. They cop everything up there, and so they've become very expert in what they need to do to engage at a local level. So consistent with that locally led, there is no point officers coming out of Canberra and going to Cloncurry or Hewenden trying to put it all together. You rely on the local expertise. We pay them a very small on-cost, and they get the money out the door quickly. The criteria, of course, is something that is set in collaboration and cooperation with our state counterparts. It's DRFA, of course, is a consequence of COAG arrangements, and we've been able to, where we've come across situations where we thought, well, that's not quite fair or that's not what we intended. They've been very open in having a discussion, see if we can't work our way through it, and there is an appeal process. So by and large, it has been seamless.
Can I ask a question now about your dealings with the charitable sector, which you set out in your in the agency's response? Has there been an active engagement with the charities that have supported the recovery and relief work?
Yeah, very active, and I have chaired the roundtables of the charitable groups, and it's been variable. I mean, we did have a lot of activity initially, whether it was Sisters of the North or Drought Angels or Red Cross, CFA, DWA, St Vincent de Paul, Blaze Aid, Rural Aid. I mean, they were all out there. But by taking the lead, I mean, we can't tell them what to do, but we can lead by example. And by being out there and engaging with them and hosting their meetings, we got a very good outcome.
One of the matters that you spoke to in your submission is, or in the agency response, is the development of guidelines for charities to support their coordination and delivery. What you've just spoken to is that the agency coming in and hosting meetings and doing what it can to support the charitable sector's activities. Is this something that you saw missing, that there's not an overarching guideline or charter to assist that connection in with each other and with government?
No, well, we initially engaged with the Charities Commission.
I see.
So that we got some good advice, and that was essential because every so often one of these charities, you go off the reservation and you'd have to sort of take some back and say, really, you should be doing this. And I mean, we had some situations like, for example, there'd been a great collection of hardware and tools down south, and one of the charities bought them up and parked the Pantech in the main street of one of the towns out the front of the hardware store. And you can see the flow on. We had another group that decided to set up a coffee shop, free coffee, next to an existing coffee shop that was trying to get back on its feet. So because we're Johnny on the spot, we pick this stuff up, and we would be able to persuade people in a subsequent roundtable that you got to do things a bit different. And we didn't get any pushback. Everyone saw the common sense of what we were talking about. And they're all still very active. 18 months on, giving out considerable funds. And often they can fill a gap that where we can't. You know, we might find a particular case where they don't qualify for DRFA funding, but we say, well, talk to this other crowd and they'll do something for you.
When you were stood up as an agency, and of course your remit expanded over the course of you being in the role to include the national drought, Did you have any sort of documentation or processes up and running, or did you have to actually sort of devise it all for yourself and create your own bespoke policies and procedures as you went along?
Well, I was having it created for me, and I was a task force.
Yes.
And then I made that transition to the agency. It's a very important distinction. And I had lots of advice on what I should and shouldn't do, but I had a very clear idea of where I wanted to get to.
I see.
And so the Prime Minister said to me, I need you to be a congestion buster. And he referenced that in a number of speeches he made, that we were to be the cut-through agency. And that's what we became. Now, it's not the same in drought, even though we sit within this new structure. In drought, I've got 24 measures which are owned by up to 7 departments. And that's a different challenge again.
What is the time frame for your agency's operation with flood and drought?
For flood, it's 5 years. For drought, it's 18 months.
Right. Now, the 5 years for floods, what does that reflect, to your understanding?
What that reflects is that our main game for us is the preparedness and the resilience going forward. That's our main game for us now. Now, we also do have a special allocation of funds. It was 300 million was set aside for replanting, restocking and repair.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't been able to draw much into that. I think 52 million of that's been committed, but only 32 million drawn down. That's dollar for dollar on $400,000 grants. And the reason that has been generally slow is they've just had a terrible wet season. In other words, the rains didn't come. So the Mitchell grass hasn't rejuvenated. And of course, with the restocking, where would they normally restock is places like the Northern Territory that have the Brahman tick-resistant cattle that are unique to this country. Well, they've been in drought, and so they've sold down their herds.
I see.
So we have a combination of matters that have slowed that. You also would be aware that I had an allocation or a commitment of $1.57 billion to the deposit-taking institutions, which are the banks, in the event that we needed to get into that space, but we didn't. To their credit, the banks promised that they would not foreclose in the flood zone for up to 2 years, and they have worked consistently to smooth the way for their clients. Then, of course, we've got the RIC, which includes a component of interest-free loans. Just on that amount, I think I said 1.5, it's 1.75 billion.
All right. We've talked mostly about the financial aspects, but as I understand it, the agency also has a role in relation to the social aspects of recovery. Could you describe this, if you are able to the commissioners?
Yeah, certainly. It wasn't all about economics. It was about people's well-being, the mental health, continuity of kids at schools. We had to deal with a range of issues, and we found innovative ways of being supportive. And because you've got people out in the field, they would come back in and say, "Hey, they're having a camp draft at the Burkham Wills Roadhouse. No one's got any money because everyone got smashed. If we did a little bit of sponsorship, that would underwrite the activity, and the good thing about that is all the neighbours would come together." Mm-hmm. And they'd start to rebuild their social connections. Then most importantly, they'd get to have a look at each other as to who might have been, struggling from a mental health perspective. A very good northwestern Queensland mental health network that certainly was very effective. I'm not aware, and this was verified to me by the medicos who we work with in the north, I don't believe we've had a single suicide that is flood related. And I think that's an extraordinary achievement, because that's not the story in the drought zone, sadly.
Right. The last thing I wanted to raise with you is where does the agency's how has the agency dealt with the COVID-19 pandemic? I understand you yourself, as all Australians were under restrictions in terms of where you were located for a period of time. How has that affected the work of the agency in recent months?
Well, I was very concerned that we'd start to disconnect, but I was wrong about that. We have a very effective communications team, and we, through social media, connect through various newsletters, also Facebook, Instagram, our own website. I maintain a level of correspondence with many people in the region who I know are in difficulty. Staff have been very good at ringing a lot of the folks up there to how are you, everything going all right? And that has been in the hundreds and thousands of calls over an extended period of time. And I think we've come through it. Now that the internal restrictions on travel have been lifted in Queensland, my people will be back out there they've already got their work travel plans in this week. So they're back out on the road as soon as possible.
All right. That's all I had for Mr. Stone at this stage, Commissioners.
So, Mr. Stone, one question. You eloquently described the number of disasters that have hit Queensland. One of the things that we've had comment on is rebuilding for betterment in an infrastructure sense. Have you seen examples, or have you got comments on where it has been rebuilt better and been able to withstand future disasters, and where that hasn't occurred? And do you have any comments on that?
I could probably give you more examples of where it hasn't happened rather than happened. I mean, of the DRFA funds, which initially were made available, there was 100 million set aside, but I mean, it's a drop in the ocean when you're trying to rebuild culverts and bridges, and you have issues of the rail line between Mount Isa and Townsville, the beef roads. These are big ticket items. So this is a challenge for us. It's putting things back the way they were is not the answer.
I appreciate that. Commissioner Bennett, question?
Yes, I just have one question, Mr. Stone. You talked about, in the concept of recovery, you talked about preparation and resilience. I wonder if you could, you've got the two aspects. One is rebuilding, but also you did say that part of the recovery process was in relation to those other two matters. Could you give us a feel for the sort of things that you are doing, the sorts of programs you have in place that deal with the future resilience rather than repairing, if I can call it that?
Yeah, sure. Well, one thing would be to enhance the skill base of people in the agricultural sector. It became evident to me early on that many did not have effective or thorough business plans for their businesses. Many of them resisted diversification, and we've tried to encourage them to farm in a different way and to utilise what they've got in a different way. There's quite a bit of resistance to that. I mean, it was pointed out to me, every farm is a business, but not every farmer is a businessman. And, that can be quite challenging. We try to help people with their succession planning so that there is a commitment to the next generation, that the young ones come into properties or into businesses, and because they'll come with a different perspective. One of the great impediments to a lot of what we'd like to do is telecommunications. I mean, we're dealing with a big part of Australia that has no internet, has no satellite phone coverage. And whilst I might say to you that, we have this great comms system where people can go on our website and go on our Facebook pages and all the rest. The reality is that there's an equal number of people who can't because they don't have connectivity. And I think this is a major challenge for Australia going forward. Other things that we can do for people is to give them back a sense of confidence, to be able to have another go. You've got to remember with these floods, they're a fairly regular event. There was in 1974 at Charters Towers a massive flood that took out 300,000 cattle. That's not all that long ago, but we also have shortcoming in infrastructure like electricity supply, for example. There's a lot of things that we in urban areas take for granted that just don't exist out in remote regional Australia, and they are easily forgotten. Hence, what flood? What are you talking about? So part of my job has been to make sure these folk are not forgotten. Even now in the drought zone, we have people say, well, the drought's over, isn't it? Well, it's not over. A little bit of rain doesn't, cure the drought. I've got people in the Downs area of Queensland, southern Queensland, who are entering their 8th year of drought. I've got others in New South Wales and Victoria. They're 2 years in. So there's still a lot of challenges out there, and there's a lot more that we could be doing, but you've got to have the resources to do it.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sisson, we might just wait and see if there's parties with leave, whether they've got any questions.
There has been none.
Flag's not up.
communicated
We
so
don't.
far. No.
Thank you. Mr Stone, thank you this afternoon. Thank you for your insight.
Well, sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah.
You didn't ask me the question I expected to be asked.
You
And
better
that
tell
was
me what the
the-
answer is so I can ask the question, Mr Stone.
Well, it's the merits of the standalone agency.
I thought you
That
covered
deals
that
with-
earlier on. That was why I didn't ask that one. Yeah. But please, feel
No,
free
I
to
just-
elaborate.
Well, it's important because if you'd asked me 12 months ago, I would have said I didn't think there was much merit in it. But then along came bushfires, the virus. There's another smaller crisis that I'm battling up in the north. It's the grasshoppers. There's a whole raft of things. And the idea that when something comes along that we jump through the hoops and try to set up another task force that is embedded within a government department and we reinvent the wheel and there is no consistency in terms of what one might or might not do. There are so many learnings from what we've all been through that I find it hard to believe that we wouldn't try to capture all of that and the corporate knowledge that has now been accumulated across a raft of people who would be able to hit the ground running. Now, you've got EMA, first responder. I know Rod Cameron doesn't like me referring to it as a first responder, but that's basically what they do, and they are brilliant at it. So why then wouldn't you have a standalone independent statutory authority like what I've had at the moment that would equally be able to immediately jump in and get moving? Because at the end of the day, you'll be judged by how quickly you arrived on the ground and how quickly you delivered the first support for people caught up in a dire situation. So I thought the Professor, Commissioner, would ask me that question, so I want to get that firmly on the record.
We actually took that as read from the questions that you were asked earlier on, and it has been consistent with the evidence to date from other witnesses. So I didn't think I needed to ask to elaborate on that. Thank you for elaborating, but I'll pass to the Professor.
Yeah, apologies, Mr. Stone, for not pinging you with that question. Just one question. A question was put to you in the notice to give about would you include drought in such an agency? And there's a logic to including all acts of God in such an agency, but obviously droughts are very different to a bushfire or a flood, and they give rise to different needs. Do you want to add something or provide us some information about whether you think it's a good idea to have an all acts of God agency or whether you'd confine it to the acute natural disasters?
No, your question is a very, very good question. It's one I agonise over because when I'm out in the field, I have to deal with people who are broken by the drought. And they say, why am I not a natural disaster? I've been in this situation now for 6 or 7 years. And it all changed in 1989, where drought up until that point was a natural disaster. And there's quite a history to drought. And I will make available to council assisting a paper that my officers have now produced on the history of drought, so that you can get a better grasp of where we've been. I've reached the point where I believe that it would be a much fairer proposition if, say, after a period of time, whether it's 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, that if this particular area or farms are still in drought, then they are in a natural disaster. But that is a matter of policy for government to decide. But that's where I've landed. So thank you for asking that question, because it's the elephant in the room. And it's very hard to explain to a family why they can't access the same level of support that they are seeing up the road in the flood or down the road in the bushfire. Or if you take what happened in the bushfire, you had people who were in drought and also bushfires and then the virus. So there has to be a better level of consistency.
Thanks very much.
And thank you, Mr Stone, for that. Appreciate elaborating on that as well. Councillor Assisting.
Nothing arising from me nor the parties with leave to appear in terms of communications. In those circumstances, might Mr Stone be excused and thank.
Mr Stone, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for the insight. Thank you for your opinion. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks, Commissioners.
You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we have a number of witnesses who are lined up for 2 p.m. 2 p.m. or 2:15 p.m. 2 p.m. From the Commonwealth's science agencies, again, who you heard on the first day, although there'll be different witnesses from those agencies, from the CSIRO, Geoscience Australia and the Bureau of Meteorology, who will be giving evidence in relation to the questions that have come up today in terms of data and tools and making those suite of work available and how it's either was used in the 2019-2020 bushfire response and otherwise for future natural disasters.
Okay, so we will adjourn and we'll reconvene at 1400. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
All rise. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Chair, just a preliminary matter in relation to the material that was previously going to be tendered last Friday. We've now communicated with all parties with leave to appear. Commissioner, I tendered the material behind in documents bundle 6.8, 6.9, 6.10, 6.11 and 6.12 on the additional tender list for today circulated to parties.
Okay, we'll take those documents and receive them as exhibits as marked.
And if I might just read onto the record, there was a correction to the first witness statement. We'll attend to the niceties of that in due course, but for the benefit of the parties, it's to document HAF 503 001 0001. I don't need that document to be brought up, but at paragraph 8, the words and do not relate to natural hazards should be removed, and then in paragraph 10, the word should be inserted to the end of that sentence so that it reads, while CISD conducts industry engagement on a range of topics relevant to critical infrastructure, the legislative and regulatory powers available to CISD relate exclusively to national security risks and do not relate to natural hazards.
Okay, we'll take those amendments as well.
Thank you. Ms Abacapathy is dealing with the other witnesses this afternoon.
Thank you. Commissioners, as Ms Hogan-Doran indicated before the adjournment, this afternoon you will hear further evidence from the CSIRO, the Bureau of Meteorology and Geoscience Australia. We anticipate that the evidence will address the role each of these organisations play in natural disasters and in particular their role in providing situational awareness. The first witness is Dr Dan Metcalfe. Dr Metcalfe is the Deputy Director for CSIRO Land and Water. Before I call Dr Metcalfe, I propose to tender the relevant documents.
Yes, please.
I tender document bundle 6.5 as notified to the parties with leave to appear. Documents 6.51, 6.5.2 and 6.5.4 are the responses to notices issued by the Commission dated 2 June, 20 May and 21 April. And document 6.5.3 is Dr Metcalfe's curriculum vitae. And document 6.5.6 is a response to a notice issued to the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources that I'll be taking Dr Metcalfe to during his evidence.
And we'll take those documents as exhibits as marked.
Thank you. I call Dr Metcalfe.
Dr Metcalfe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms Abacapathy.
Dr Metcalfe, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, thank you.
Dr Metcalfe, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do so affirm.
Thank you.
Dr Metcalfe, I might start by just taking the Commissioners through some of your background. You have a PhD from the University of Cambridge.
I do.
And sorry, I apologise. Dr Metcalfe's CV is at CSI 502 001 0005, which is at F3.
I have that, thanks.
And you're currently the Deputy Director for CSIRO Land and Water.
I am.
And when were you appointed?
To the Deputy Director role
Yeah.
in 2018.
Thank you. And in addition to that role, you're currently leading the science input into the CSIRO's Climate and Disaster Resilient Report.
That's correct. I'm seconded to work with the Executive Director of the Environment, Energy and Resources sector in compiling the scientific component of that report.
And who is that report being prepared for?
It's being prepared for the Prime Minister to be delivered through the National Cabinet.
And when is that report due to be provided?
We've been asked to present that into the Secretariat by the 30th of June 2020.
Thank you. And you are currently also a member of the REEF 2050 Plan Advisory Committee?
I am just in the process of taking up that position.
And you are also a member of the Wildlife and Threatened Species Bushfire Recovery Expert Panel?
I am.
And you're also a member of the Bushfire Science Roundtable?
Yes, I contributed to that roundtable in its first 2 meetings of this year.
Thank you. Dr. Metcalf, could you please give an overview of how research and development is undertaken by CSIRO?
CSIRO manages over 5,000 researchers who provide deep domain specialisation in their own right, but equally each one has a toolkit of research techniques, epistemologies and networks of collaborators, including universities, operational agencies and industry, which means that as an organisation we can deploy multidisciplinary teams of scientists to projects to address nationally significant questions.
Okay. And I understand that there are broadly sort of research occurs in 3 types of ways. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we receive about 2/3 of our funding as an appropriation grant, and we can use that in a number of ways. That includes investing in strategic research, which we believe develops new capabilities or new tools for use in research. And an example of that would be the Spark bushfire prediction tool. We also co-invest with third parties when appropriate to deliver impact-focused research, but we contribute additional monies to whatever they're investing to recognise the additional work that we will do to garner the best scientific outcomes from those projects, which allow us to continue to use that science and take it forward. So we retain the IP, we retain the ability to continue to work in that space. And so, for example, some of the evacuation modelling we've been doing with the Victorian government would fall into that sort of model. And thirdly, we conduct outright consultancies for third parties when they're asking us to do a particular piece of work and they want to retain the IP. And so, again, an example might be the material testing work that we do, where we are simply doing a piece of work for a third party.
Okay, and are you able to provide an overview of the natural hazard working capabilities that the CSIRO has?
I can, in a very general sense. So we have a broad capability and they may be deployed into areas that explicitly support or underpin our natural hazards work. And so I might best describe that around where in the natural hazard cycle we engage. So we might start with planning and preparation. So for example, we do work with, we're currently doing a project with Victoria Department of Education and Training to review risk exposure for schools and early childhood service centres. And we support refinement of their emergency management plans so that we can help them prepare for future events. We also work in operational support, and so bushfire behaviour monitoring or smoke hazard prediction would be examples of ways in which we deploy capability to support first responders and the actual operational events. We then deliver work into the relief and recovery phase. So, for example, recently we worked with the National Drought Task Force to use remote sensing technologies to develop and understand where potential fodder crops might be and how that might be used as hay fodder, and using our transport logistics modelling, get it as a backload from where it's being developed to where it's most needed. And then finally, we also work in the resilience space. And so, for example, CSIRO was the official project partner for the National Resilience Task Force, and we worked with them to support design, methods, synthesis and writing of publications such as the Australian Vulnerability Profile.
And so in that context, Dr. Metcalf, what is understood to be resilience in the context of natural disasters?
So resilience might be defined as the ability of a system or a community or a society that is exposed to hazards to resist, absorb, accommodate and recover from those effects. So unlike planning and preparation, which is much more about proximal addressing anticipated issues, resilience is more about planning for how we cope with the disasters which will inevitably befall us, but minimise those natural hazard events and reduce their how they might turn from a natural hazard to a natural disaster.
Thank you. And so I understand that most of the capabilities of CSIRO in the natural hazard space are directed towards bushfires.
At the moment, our capability has been largely addressing bushfire-related issues, but those same teams of people in the past, and I suspect in the future, can apply the tools and technologies that they develop to other events such as floods, cyclones, high heat days and so on.
Could you
But our evidence will largely focus on what we're doing at the moment.
Yes.
And our current project portfolio is very heavily weighted to bushfires.
Okay, are you able to provide an example of how your capability or projects in relation to the bushfire space might be able to be deployed or used in a different natural hazard space?
So I mentioned evacuation modelling earlier on. So we've been doing some work with RMIT, the university, with Emergency Management Victoria and with the Surf Coast Shire to do some work to develop a decision support system to carry out preliminary analysis of a predicted hazard on road network design. So that helps helps them to design evacuation scenarios, to run simulations and to visualize the outcomes. And so we then add on to that decision support system means of addressing the behavioral components, so how people might react depending on their perception of threat, their willingness to leave, the value of what they have to leave behind. So that at the moment might be specifically used to help understand how to manage evacuation in advance of a bushfire, but we could equally apply that to management of an anticipated flood event or a storm surge.
Okay. Yes, of course.
Just that evacuation plan, just to clarify for the commissioners, because it is something that has popped up time and time again. Does that factor in the risks of those routes being closed? For example, bushfires by fallen trees or the like, and then helping as a decision-making tool for alternatives?
So as you build, I think, so this isn't my specific science, but my understanding is that you can manage the tool to open up or close routes. And so that has the potential not only to visualize the outcome of a simulated evacuation, but if you extend that to also engage with local planning to ensure that there are alternative routes, so that if one becomes closed, another is open, but also to avoid bottlenecking if everybody in one area is trying to escape from one route, and that route is also being accessed by emergency services to try and get into that area.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. That's pretty much exactly what happened on the south coast of New South Wales and eastern Victoria. So we might actually go at another time. We might get into some of that evacuation planning and what tools might be there. Thank you.
So, Dr. Metcalf, I might take you to some specific tools that were used in the context of the 2019-2020 bushfires, and in particular the AQFX smoke forecasting tool.
Yes.
Now, I understand that was originally developed for Victoria.
Correct. So in 2012, we were initially contracted by Victorian Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning to develop a smoke forecasting tool to aid them in managing their prescribed burning program. So people generally don't like smoke hazard. It impacts on quality of life. It impacts on visibility on highways. And DRELP were interested in predicting smoke movements from prescribed burning events. We did that work initially with the Bureau of Meteorology, the University of Melbourne, the University of Monash, and the University of Wollongong to develop the initial AQFX air quality forecasting tool.
Now, I understand that used or was integrated with the Phoenix fire behaviour model that's used in Victoria.
So you have to have a fire to have smoke.
Yes.
And so in that case, Phoenix is the tool that Victoria DRELP uses for managing fire on public lands. And so AQFX was developed to take the fire outputs from the fire prediction tool, Phoenix, and develop the smoke forecasts in relation to them.
Thank you. We'll come back to Phoenix and some of the other fire behaviour models in a moment, but I understand then that the AQFX tool was then developed for New South Wales.
That's correct. So at the request of New South Rural Fire Service, New South Wales RFS, we extended the prescribed burning model to New South Wales, and that was completed in November 2019. So it was funded by New South Wales RFS. It was coordinated by the Bureau of Meteorology because they provide all of the meteorological inputs. And so it was done in advance of this summer's bushfires.
And if I could ask you to just elaborate a little bit in terms of the role of the Bureau in the development and then as well as the deployment of that particular tool.
So as in much of the work we do, we develop the scientific approaches or scientific principles, the models, and we then work with a delivery partner, if you like, who operationalizes those models and interfaces them with the public. And so in the case of AQFX, we developed the core of that model, but it's managed and delivered by the Bureau through its integration with its weather reports and its weather forecasting. And so they manage any development of the AQFX system needs to be done hand in glove with the Bureau to take it forward.
And in terms of the data that was coming that informs the model for Victoria versus the data that informs the model for New South Wales, were they in the same form? Were there any challenges around that customisation for New South Wales or use for New South Wales in addition to Victoria?
So because it was work that was anticipated and initiated before this summer's bushfire, then I believe that the system that was deployed into New South Wales was the same system with the same level of clarity. So I think it's delivered on a 3-kilometre grid basis to what was being delivered to Victoria. However, we ended up being asked to extend the model into other states, and because we didn't have that high level of integration of agency data for current bushfire extent, as we extended it beyond the bounds of the initial product, then the granularity of our predictions necessarily declined.
And so in terms of, and you may, if you can, are you able to identify what was the trigger for New South Wales developing that particular, or coming to you for that development for its implementation in New South Wales?
I don't know. I don't explicitly know the answer to why New South Wales came and asked for us to extend the Victoria model to New South Wales. However, I am aware that CSIRO and the Bureau are in negotiation as to how they iteratively develop the model for extension across all states on a phased basis.
Okay. And so you mentioned that during the bushfire season, you were asked to adapt the model for use in Tasmania, South Australia and the ACT.
Correct.
And how did that come about?
So the Bureau, apparently, the Bureau runs their particulate forecasts, including bushfire smoke, but also dust and anthropogenic pollutants, across the whole of Australia at a very large grid spacing. So that's at between 9 and 27 kilometre grid spacing as part of their normal operational forecast cycle. So it gives us very large scale smoke forecasts. The AFAC, so the Australasian Fire and Emergency Agencies Council, the community and the environmental protection agencies for those states are familiar with the coverage of AQFX and the clarity that it provides. And so as smoke became more of a challenge this summer to health, and particularly health in cities and to the aviation industry, the Bureau was asked to include those coarse scale forecasts in their routine briefings to South Australia, the ACT and
So
Tasmania.
I guess, Dr. Metcalf, what I'm asking is how CSIRO came to be involved and the work that was done during the bushfire season.
So we work with the Bureau in monitoring the forecasts, and as they extend them, working with the Bureau forecasters to improve, finesse or supplement the AQFX tool to account for any issues as they arose.
Okay.
And so, for example, when we deal with ACT, South Australia and Tasmania, in those states we don't have the high-level agency data being put in, which provides much greater clarity about current bushfire extent, and so that reduces the clarity of the modelling.
Okay. And yes.
I'm sorry.
A non-technical question.
I'm just trying to understand exactly where all that ends up, if I may, Dr. Metcalf. As I understand it, you rely upon information from the Bureau of Meteorology, right? And you have a modelling system that you put in place. And you said earlier that, you know, there are 3-kilometre grids and they can lose granularity, which I take to mean precision or reliable prediction. Or detailed, reliable prediction, perhaps, if I'm picking up the word granularity, I don't know, in the context. I'm just trying to work it out. If you get sufficient information from the Bureau, does your system work at predicting it? Is it where does it fall down? Is it that you don't have that grid basic information to apply? Because otherwise, if you have the information, shouldn't this be able to be extrapolated all over the country? I mean, I guess it's just to try and understand exactly where the ticks and the crosses are, if I might say, put it that way.
So Commissioner, we would love to extend this across the whole of the country, and we're working on a proposal as to how we might do that. The detail, the forecasting elements, I beg your pardon, the weather forecasting element is consistent across the country, but the location, the intensity of the fires and what the fires are burning will determine the amount of smoke that's being generated. And so if we don't have a high resolution understanding of what current fires look like, and we need to get that data from the local agencies, it reduces our ability to forecast how much smoke is being generated and therefore what enters the atmosphere and then becomes engaged with the weather.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I think I have a better understanding now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I might now take you, Dr. Metcalf, to the wildfire spread simulation models. And if I understand it, there are 3 key simulation models that are available and are being used, and that is Spark, Phoenix and Amicus. And
yes,
Phoenix is a system that's currently used in Victoria. And these are event-based fire models in the sense that they model the behaviour of one particular fire, one particular event of fire.
Correct. So can I step you through that?
Yes, please.
So there are two sorts of, as you said, there are two sorts of fire spread models. There are event models that predict the specific spread of a single live fire or a number of live fires in a context of landscape, weather, fuel type, and so on. And there are regime models, which you might have heard about, which are not operational but are planning models. They're scenario models which you might run a few million times to understand about how fire operates in a landscape context. But we work in both of those areas, but most of our capability is deployed into event modelling. So the most technically advanced model that we have in our portfolio at the moment is Spark, which is a research model, and that pulls together the best elements of the models you've just described.
And so, Dr. Metcalf, is Spark operational at the moment? Is it being used?
Spark is not yet technically operational. No.
And what is the reason for that?
If I can step back again, there are manual forecasting systems like Amicus, which is a decision support tool, which allows you to manage fire behaviour in terms of how fire moves from place to place. And there are automated tools which take those manual forecasting systems and base them in computers so that you automate that step-by-step process. Of those automated tools, Phoenix, as you've described, has been developed with and for the Victorian government and is their sole tool. And Phoenix is then also used in combination with manual forecasting tools, such as Amicus, in New South Wales, Tasmania, South Australia and Queensland. Western Australia uses a completely different system, which has been developed as a bespoke product for them. What Spark has done is, as a research tool, drawn together the best elements of the manual forecasting tools and the different sorts of automated tools into a research product. That research product is being tested by a number of states and territories. So whilst it's not operational, it's not inconceivable that states and territories might have been running their test versions of Spark to understand how it performed this year.
And is Spark in a form that it can actually be used across all jurisdictions?
Technically, Spark could be used across all jurisdictions, and as of last month, AFAC's council approved a decision to build a national bushfire prediction system based on Spark, and we're in the process of managing the licensing agreements as to how that might happen. So it both can and will. We're just in that development phase.
Commissioner, did you have a question?
Just to follow on then for that, you noted that Western Australia, I think you said, was doing its own bespoke system. Does Western Australia burn differently to the rest of the country, or will this new system also take into account them as well? So it's for all states and territories that this development will occur for?
So my understanding is that if AFAC's council has approved the development of Spark, so there's a company, Fire Prediction Services Limited, which is part of the AFAC group, and they will build a national simulated capability based on the Spark system. So Western Australia, in theory, is part of that. I guess the difference, Phoenix is a raster-based tool, and so it looks at fire spread in a linear manner in terms of it automates a process by which a burning cell may cause a non-burning cell to catch line. So it looks at fire progression across the landscape. The Aurora tool, which is what West Australia uses, is based on a fire spread simulator developed by the University of Western Australia, which functions in a slightly different way. But Spark has it's up-to-date technology using a new programming language, and it's completely open and transparent. And so you can incorporate the files from Phoenix, for example, and run it, and then provide your output in a Phoenix model as well. So in terms of the transition between Phoenix or Aurora and Spark, it can be run in parallel, and it can be integrated as we see a transition, so that we don't lose the capacity to forecast going forward.
Okay, so we are heading to a level of commonality of systems, but there's still the ability for states to run theirs in parallel.
Indeed. So I think that AFAC were concerned that they didn't turn one off and turn another one on, and then potentially face challenges of incompatibility or teething problems. And so the way that the Fire Prediction Services will deliver this, as I understand it, is that they will allow a transition period where you would have both of those systems running in parallel and potentially talking to each other before you switch entirely to Spark, which gives you capacity to extend and develop into the future, which the existing tools don't have.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying.
I just have one quick question. You keep saying based on Spark. So I guess my question is Spark able to be directly made applicable in every jurisdiction, or is it some sort of core ability that then, for which further work then has to be done to apply it in each jurisdiction?
My apologies, Commissioner, that's my slack language. Spark is a research tool, and it's a platform that we use for research purposes, and so we can modularize an element of that as a specific bushfire prediction tool that can be then used by Fire Prediction Services. But we could also use Spark as a platform for other tools, so we can use it to underpin the AQFX smoke modelling system. We could also use it for integrating other threats, or we could use it for integrating other potential impacts, such as wildlife and threatened species type impacts, to understand. So it's a research tool. It has that compatibility.
Thank
we
you
would
very much.
modularise a component.
Thank you.
Commissioner McIntosh.
Yeah, just a quick question on the same topic. I know in a number of areas that ensemble models are used, so we run multiple models. Is that applicable to bushfire simulation modelling, or is the idea with Spark we just sort of develop a single model that rules them all, or with the idea to develop multiple models so we can capture the uncertainties associated with fire behaviour?
So my understanding is that as a research tool and as a transparent tool where we make the code publicly available, is that anyone who wanted to could incorporate different modules or could add in different parameters so that they could run different, they could incorporate different capability into the simulations they were running. So rather than one model to rule them all, what we're really developing is a platform that gives you enormous flexibility and capacity to run different models or models in different contexts to build your to build confidence in what you're coming out with. And I guess that parallels the sort of thing that New South Wales, Queensland and other states do at the moment, where they may run Phoenix and Amicus as a manual. So Phoenix is an automated tool, forecasting tool. Amicus is a manual forecasting tool, and they run those in parallel but separated in their control rooms so that they're running them independently and they can be confident that the results that they're getting are consistent.
Thanks very much.
I have one very boring question, I'm afraid, Dr. McCarthy. Just one. You said it's transparent and it's an open tool. Are you making that freely available to any jurisdiction that needs to use it to build its capacity, or are you retaining intellectual property rights in it?
So we retain the IP around the platform. We would license a specific module that we've developed to AFAC, so we could license it to individual states, but I believe the preference is that you would license it to AFAC's fire prediction services so that they would build a national simulator capability so that we'd move away from having different states predicting fires in different ways and potentially generating conflicts or confusion at borders.
Thank you.
I'm now going to move on to a different topic, unless there were any further.
Still with Dr. Metcalf.
With Dr. Metcalf, yeah. So, Dr. Metcalf, you've run through a couple of things that were relevant to the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Now, I also understand that CSIRO has a team of fire behaviour analysts. And
correct.
And those analysts sit within the Land and Water business unit.
Correct.
And that during the 2019 and 2020 bushfires, those behaviour analysts provided operational support on a voluntary basis to the New South Wales RFS.
That is correct.
And so how did that come about?
So we've just talked about automated and manual forecasting tools. The two scientists in question, Dr. Cruz and Dr. Sullivan, were the authors or led the writing of the Amicus manual forecasting tool, and they offered their assistance through their existing long-standing contacts, particularly with New South Wales RFS, to senior fire behaviour analyst officers, and went into the Sydney and Queanbeyan fire control centres and worked remotely at various times during 2019-2020 to provide advice and to ease the workload on especially high fire load days.
Okay, so it was to help with capacity.
Indeed. But it was help with capacity, but also to provide expert advice in interpretation in unusual circumstances.
Okay. And I understand that is an ad hoc relationship in the sense that it's drawn from existing relationships and reaching out through existing relationships rather than there being any particularly formal arrangement whereby the New South Wales RFS can call on you or your fire behaviour analysts if there is a demand for support or extra capacity.
That's correct. So we're not standing part of their emergency rota in a sense. We're reaching out at times of great need. That's perhaps a corporate citizenship role that we play, but it's also valuable experience for our scientists because they get to experience and whilst they're all contributing, they're also learning through that process. So it gives them real life experience and real complex scenarios to work through that they might not experience through scenario planning or through simpler modelling of maybe prescribed burning events.
And you mentioned that that was able to be done either physically or remotely.
Correct.
So in some cases they were physically embedded in an operational centre.
That's correct. So mostly, I think we had a couple of days where we had people in the State Operations Centre in Sydney. For most of the time, people were operating out of the Queanbeyan Fire Control Centre. But on 3 occasions, we were providing remote advice to support fire behaviour analyst officers.
Okay. And so another activity I understand that was undertaken with the assistance of CSIRO was some bushfire surveys that were done early in the bushfire season.
That's correct. So we have a long history of working with fire agencies to understand how and why buildings fail to, why buildings are destroyed or damaged, and why they failed. So we've worked with, particularly with New South Wales and Victoria, in developing an app which is used by forensic fire officers after events to identify the causes of failure of buildings in terms of understanding their location, auxiliary fuels that might have been around them, and whether there were components of the building that that resulted in damage. We've been doing that for a number of years, and we worked with New South Wales and Queensland in doing some initial work for the early spring fires, and we've done a little bit of work ourselves, but we've only done that kind of forensic analysis for the early parts of the year. And I'd add that mainly that work is carried out by the fire agencies, but they come back to us if they note a building failure that's outside their normal experience, because that allows us to recalibrate our models and identify any new causes of failure or areas of concern that our existing models don't pick up.
And so you mentioned that they use an app. What is that app?
So it's effectively we've provided a templated tool which can be run on a tablet, which asks a series of questions and allows the officers to input data as they see it on the ground, and that will then sequentially take them through questions depending on the nature of the terrain or the nature of the fuel load or the apparent nature of failure of the building.
So are you able to just explain a little bit how that assessment takes place and what that tool assists in doing?
I would have to go back to the specialists for detail, but my understanding is, so for example, after the Victorian bushfires, 2009, that the ability to go out and work building by building and identify whether fires started in litter in guttering, or whether fire was moving by radiant heat from neighbouring buildings or neighbouring vegetation, or whether existing vegetation was so close to buildings that it caused the fire to jump, that building an understanding of what those modes of failure were informed the subsequent building codes and the recommendations, both about how buildings are constructed and setbacks and management of alternative fuel loads around buildings subsequently.
Okay, and that work that you did after the Victorian bushfires, was that a specific engagement that was initiated by the Victorian government?
I would have to check on the point of origination of whether we did that for the Victorian government or we did it for the fire agency. But it's certainly work that's been supported through both RFF, New South Wales and Victoria over successive fire seasons and successive disasters over an extended period of time.
And have you been engaged to do any of that sort of work after this bushfire season?
Only that initial work in New South Wales and Queensland from early spring.
Okay. And I'm now just going to move on to the Dr. Metcalf's role in the Wildlife and Threatened Species Bushfire Recovery Expert Panel. So Dr. Metcalf, you and Dr. Dick Williams, who is also part of CSIRO, are both members of that panel.
That's correct.
And could you please give just a very broad overview summary of the role that CSIRO played in the assessment and the distribution and impact assessment that was done by that panel?
So you've heard extensive information from Dr. Sally Box, the Threatened Species Commissioner, about the composition and the role of the expert panel. I should say Dick Williams was a CSIRO officer for a long period of time. He's recently retired and he's an honorary fellow at CSIRO as well as a couple of universities.
Yes, I think Dr. Metcalf, what I'm interested in understanding, and you're correct, Dr. Box did give a very comprehensive information and evidence on this work of the expert panel. It was more just the specific work that was undertaken by CSIRO.
Okay, so for example, the Centre for Australian National Bushfire Research, which is a collaboration between CSIRO's National Facilities and Collections, run through the National Herbarium, and the Director of National Parks compiled a fire intensity data set that was used to intersect with the distributional data, which had been compiled from Australasian virtual herbarium data and the Atlas of Living Australia, which is, again, a national facility managed by CSIRO, to intersect fire extent, fire severity, fire intensity, and the distribution of species, so that we could help provide input into the prioritisation of those species which had been most greatly impacted in terms of their distribution, and through input into committees discussing the traits of species which make them more or less vulnerable to fires, to help provide guidance around which of those exposed species or communities might have been at greatest peril and therefore required the most urgent support.
Thank you. And so I might now just move on to the Bushfire Science Roundtable. I understand that roundtable met twice. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have there been any other meetings or are any other meetings scheduled for that particular roundtable?
So the roundtable met on the 15th of January and we reconvened on the 3rd of March. And at that point, Minister Andrews, given that we'd made significant progress against the initial actions and that CSIRO had been invited by the Prime Minister to compile a report on our national climate change and disaster resilience, I suppose suspended the roundtable from further meetings until we delivered that report to the Prime Minister, and I suspect that we may be called back to consider whether there are any actions outstanding once we finish that coordination piece.
I might, if I can, Dr. Metcalfe, take you to a document, and operator, if you could please go to document IND 9002 0001 0003. Sorry, beg your pardon. And this is the response of the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources to a notice to give information that was issued by the Commission. If you could please go to page 6.
Yes.
And so, Dr. Metcalfe, this is a summary of the outcomes for the previous, for the second, after the second meeting of the roundtable. Are you able to provide any further information in terms of what work has continued and the status of that work, and particularly in relation to the, looking at page 6, the comprehensive report mapping relevant bushfire research and technology capability? That is the first dot point, operator, under the heading Research and Technology Strengths, Gaps and Opportunities.
So that was a responsibility of the Office of the Chief Scientist, and that capability report, let me check. So a draft capability report was developed. A final report was provided to the Minister's Office on the 8th of May.
Okay.
By the Office of the Chief Scientist.
Okay.
So that's been completed.
All right. And then if I can get you to turn to page 7, and there is down the bottom of page 7, the CSIRO Citizen Science program. What's the status of that?
Indeed. So we've worked with the Atlas of Living Australia and, excuse me, I'll just find the relevant page. With the Australian Citizen Science Association to develop a platform so that members of the public interested in supporting or contributing to citizen science can find projects that are already running, which they may contribute to, and that platform has been officially launched. That was launched at the end of April.
By CSIRO? Or
I believe it was launched by the Minister's Office with CSIRO, the Citizen Science Association, and the Atlas of Living Australia.
Okay. And then in terms of the industry roundtable that was convened by CSIRO, which is on page 8.
So we have So that process has been somewhat delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic. So there was an initial meeting of a technology working group. We've had discussions with the Bushfire and Natural Hazard CRC on how we might run industry workshops. And currently CSIRO, the Australian National University and the Manufacturing Growth Centre are planning industry sessions in July.
And what's the purpose of those sessions?
So the we're really interested. So this was the CRC was leading this to start with, and the CSIRO's chief scientist, Dr. Kathy Foley, has taken the lead for us in interest in identifying technology with the potential for deployment, either immediately or with relatively minor re-engineering. So that was explored to really understand what the technology push was to develop. And then the industry workshops, such as through the Industry Growth Centre, is to really establish what the industry pull is to bring those technology-ready applications into the bushfire space. So, for example, we've identified that there's quite a lot of interest in automated vehicles. There's a growing use of research into automated vehicles in the mining industry. So where you can deploy vehicles in areas where there is uncertain terrain, where there is no line of sight and there is no internet connectivity, and we build, I say we, the industry, including CSIRO researchers, work on building machines that are capable of self-navigating and making simple decisions in those contexts. When we look at a fireground where you might have uncertain terrain, you have no line of sight and you have no internet connectivity, we're dealing with a very similar scenario. And so the interest is, can we identify capabilities which have been developed in another industry which might be deployable into a bushfire context with relatively minor upgrades, but will give us significant steps forward in terms of protecting life and property.
Okay. Commissioners, I have no further questions for Dr. Metcalfe.
Okay, I've just got one, and it's in page 16 of 500-001-0013, so 0016, sorry. It just looks like it's just described the impediments of the initiatives identified in response. Doctor, there's just a comment in the CSIRO submission that one of the impediments in implementing initiatives, which is more of a national approach to life, is the jurisdictions involved are not always incentivised to collaborate and pool their resources. What you're telling me is that there is more of a pooling at the moment of resources, or is it just a one-off, or are we still seeing issues where there needs to be some incentive to bring jurisdictions and the like together to get a national approach to some of these natural disaster forecasting?
Commissioner, I'm not sure I'm qualified to comment on incentives for state engagement. I would acknowledge that there's been enormous goodwill and engagement, and so particularly the work that I've done with the Wildlife and Threatened Species Expert Panel, state agencies have been incredibly generous in their time and their resources to bring together national understandings of distributions of species, our impacts on communities, and sharing resources, that to me points to an increased need for harmonisation, perhaps, of some of the way that we collect and manage data, so that we could respond more quickly and more efficiently to events in the future.
So, a national approach to a national problem. Thank you for the summary. I appreciate that. Commissioner Bennett.
I just have a couple of questions on that same part of the response. Apart from the fact that you refer to the acceleration of a nationally consistent Australian fire danger rating system, which I think is AFAC has been dealing with for some time and has a predicted outcome for, there are two matters that I'd just like to ask you. One is, with the reference to the description you gave of Spark and the ability of the Spark platform to be utilised in all of the jurisdictions nationally in the way you described, some of these, I'd like to understand whether some of these opportunities for improvement that you have here would actually be solved by that implementation.
Absolutely. So that those recommendations would, if those recommendations were met, then the deployment of a tool like Spark would be quicker and more effective. And conversely, if we agreed to Spark as a national consistent tool, it would also help to address some of those boundary issues that have been clearly so problematic across many jurisdictions this summer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the only other question I had is, you made a reference there, and I know that you've got a report due to be presented to Minister Andrews in relation to it, but that is the reference to the use of satellite imagery, which you say has not been routinely incorporated. And I think you say there's been some discussion with other agencies, including the Space Agency, the Bureau of Meteorology and Geoscience Australia. Has that report been presented to Minister Andrews as to that development?
I believe, Commissioner, that its presentation is imminent. That was work that was led by the Australian Space Agency and which CSIRO has contributed. And I understand that CSIRO has approved the content that it's made into that report, but that whether it's actually on the Minister's desk is a question that I would have to leave to the Space Agency to provide.
But do you see the use of satellite imagery as being of assistance to the work you're doing?
Enormously. It's a huge gap that we don't have consistent access to many Earth observation technologies. And whilst our ability to collate and integrate those technologies is improving, continuing to stretch to improve that.
Have you thought of drones?
And to make it more consistent would hugely.
Have you thought of drones? Have you used drones, if I can use the colloquial term?
Drones, so remotely piloted aircraft.
Yes, them.
So they certainly have a role. They're very difficult in an active fire because I think Dr. Braganza from the Bureau talked about pyrocumulus and the.
Yes, I'm not asking. We've had. Sorry to interrupt you, and we have had some discussion already about those with those that are involved. I just wondered whether, in terms of predictions, I mean, forgetting even during the use of fire, but in terms of the sort of modelling work that you're talking about, have you used information from that technology into the work you're doing?
I beg your pardon, Commissioner. Absolutely. So near Earth observation with drones with things like LiDAR for terrain mapping and potentially for mapping quality and availability of fuel and its curing has already been trialled, and if extended, would provide yet another data layer which would inform our models and our predictive abilities.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Metcalfe, thank you very much. Dr. McIntosh. Sorry, Professor McIntosh.
No questions, Chair. Thank you for your time. Dr.
Professor.
Metcalfe.
Okay. Right. Councillor.
May Dr. Metcalfe please be excused? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, do we have any questions from those with leave to appear? No?
No questions.
Okay.
May the witness please be excused.
Dr. Metcalfe, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and your excuse. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Commissioners, the next witnesses are from the Bureau of Meteorology, Mr. Shonny Maguire and Mr. Todd Smith. Mr. Maguire and Mr. Smith will give evidence concurrently as a panel. Before I call Mr. Maguire and Mr. Smith, I would like to tender the relevant documents. I tender bundle 6.4, documents 6.4.1 and 6.4.2 are the responses to notices issued by the Commission dated 2 June and 21 April, and document 6.4.9 and document 6.4.10 are Mr. Maguire's and Mr. Smith's curriculum vitaes respectively.
Okay, we'll take those documents as exhibits as marked. Thank you.
I call Mr. Maguire and Mr. Smith.
Mr. Maguire, Mr. Smith, welcome this afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Could you please administer an affirmation to Mr. Maguire?
Mr. Maguire, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Could you please administer an affirmation to Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, if I could please ask you to speak up a little bit when you're giving evidence. It's a little bit hard to hear you.
Thank you. Is that better?
That is. Thank you. Mr. Maguire, if I will start with you first, and with your CV, which is it BOM 504 001 0001. Operator, if you could please bring that up. Thank you. So, Mr. Maguire, you're currently the General Manager for Public Safety in National Forecast.
That's correct.
At the Bureau.
That's correct.
And you have more than 20 years' experience at the Bureau of Meteorology.
That's right.
And you're currently responsible for planning and design of forecast, warning services related to floods, bushfire weather, tropical cyclones and other natural hazards.
That's correct.
And you're also responsible for overseeing the implementation of the Intergovernmental Agreement on the provision of Bureau services for hazard services to the states and territories.
Yes.
And you've also been on the National Flood Warning Infrastructure Working Group that's produced National Flood Warning Infrastructure Standards and a framework for flood warning infrastructure.
That's correct.
And you've also been the Bureau representative on a number of different national committees, including the Commissioners and Chief Officers Strategic Committee and various other AFAC committees.
That's correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Smith, you're currently the General Manager of Operations for the Bureau.
Yes, that's correct.
And you're also the Northern Territory Manager.
Yes, substantively.
And you're responsible for services including pre-season planning and public education campaigns
Correct.
and seasonal outlook briefings to customers on anticipated conditions, routine forecast and outlook services.
Yes.
And you often are a public spokesperson for the Bureau.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. So, Mr. Maguire, if I could please start with you. The Bureau has 4 core areas of service in relation to natural hazards, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so the first being observations, and so data that's acquired from observations through various observation equipment that is owned or operated or the Bureau has access to throughout the world and across Australia.
That's correct.
And the second area of service is numerical weather prediction services.
Yes.
And can you just briefly explain what numerical weather prediction services are?
Sure. So from the many millions of observations that the Bureau receives each day, those observations not only provide situational awareness, but are fed into our numerical weather prediction systems. And so using the Bureau supercomputing infrastructure, we create models of both the atmosphere, the oceans, and also land surface in terms of the water balance. And so those models provide forecasts of the environmental state into the future, from hours to days to weeks to months, all the way out to the projection space. But CSIRO use those the Access modelling framework to do that work.
And then the third core area of service is forecast and warnings.
That's correct. So,
Please go ahead.
thanks, Jen. Thanks, Council. So, with the output of the models being one of the key inputs, our expert hydrologists, meteorologists, and climatologists use that information plus their knowledge and expertise to extract the specific outputs of that numerical weather prediction modelling, combining that with the observations to then tailor that information to the specific hazard or customer. And then they are then provided out as products or services.
Right, and if I understand it correctly, there are effectively 2 types. There's the short-term 1 to 10 day forecasting, and then there's a seasonal forecasting which takes you into a particular season or particular 3 to 4 month period.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then the fourth core area of service is decision support.
That's right. So on top of just the provision of products and services, our experts work very closely with our partners and the communities to ensure that we understand what their needs are, and we can match that up with the expertise and the intelligence that we have on the current environmental situation and that environmental situation that is about to develop.
And so is that effectively an advisory role, an expertise and advisory role?
Definitely. And the communication is two-way in that situation.
Okay. Now, Mr. Maguire, I'm going to take you to the Intergovernmental Agreement, which, Commissioners, is behind tab E3 in your bundle, and it is document BOM 9002 0001 0012. And could you just very briefly explain what the purpose of the Intergovernmental Agreement is?
Definitely. So in 2011, the Bureau underwent a review by Chloe Munro, looking at the capacity of our organisation to be able to meet the needs of multiple disasters at once. And one of the findings that was reported through that review was that we were delivering services in a non-standard way to the 8 jurisdictions. And so that meant that whenever we needed to change our service or move our staff to focus on a particular area of the country where there was significant weather happening, there was barriers in place in being able to understand what the local nuances were to those services. So a task force was formed with the Bureau of Emergency Management Australia chairing it, working with a representative from each of the jurisdictions and also APAC and the Australian Local Government Association to work through 129 of our services to look at how we could standardise that level of service that we were providing to all jurisdictions, and then to assess whether we were actually doing those or what would actually be required to uplift the services of the Bureau to make sure that they were standardised. And to codify that arrangement, the intergovernmental agreement was struck. So that outlines the standard services that have been agreed to by the Commonwealth and each of the jurisdictions in terms of our core provision of service related to emergency services. It also looked at the roles and responsibilities in relation to flood forecasting and defined that riverine forecasting is the remit of the Bureau of Meteorology, apart from the Lower Murray and the Greater Melbourne catchment, which needed to be worked through, and that flash flooding was the responsibility of the states and where appropriate local government.
Okay. And can you just summarise what the benefits are to having that standardisation of services across all jurisdictions?
Certainly. So in terms of the Bureau's own operations, we've been able to deploy our experts to be able to provide forecast and warning services in any part of the country where there is a focus area more readily, given that the products that they will be delivering and the services that they will be providing are standardised. So there isn't...
Sorry, Mr Maguire, to interrupt. Does that mean it can just be deployed more quickly and to wherever that service is actually needed at a particular time, and in many ways it's jurisdiction agnostic in the sense that it doesn't matter where there is a natural hazard occurring or there's a weather event that needs particular attention, you're able to more quickly deploy because there's a standardisation and any person can be deployed to any jurisdiction and there's no particular aspects that you have to customise for a particular jurisdiction, so you can act quickly.
Definitely. There is local knowledge required for some of the very fine resolution services that we provide, but it definitely does allow that, and does allow us with the advent of technology to be able to do it remotely. It also means that every time we uplift a service and deploy that, we only have to do it once. Whereas in the past, we needed to do it 8 different times. And in terms of training our own staff, we only have to roll out modules for training in one way and not customise it 8 different ways.
Okay. Go ahead.
As a follow-on from that, without digging deeply into that agreement, is it a two-way street? So BOM has standardised all your information so it's useful nationally. Was it a part of this agreement that the states and territories needed to provide a standard set of information back to BOM to be able to do that, or do you have to still take it in different formats and it's up to you to present it back in a common standard?
It was very much a two-way street. As you will appreciate, the major areas of flood, extreme weather and fire weather and the 129 services meant that there was a specific approach to each of those 129 different services, but The intent was that, say, for instance, with brass fire danger rating, that there would be a move towards providing the Bureau with a consistent format of that data to assist us in being able to provide a consistent service back to the jurisdictions.
Okay, and that has happened, has it?
So that's happened for 105 of those services, and we're still progressing with the remaining services. But we have activities underway to address those.
Okay, thank you.
And some of those services that are still remaining will be standardised with the rollout of the Australian Fire Danger Rating System.
Okay.
So rather than that.
So that actually is a nice introduction to my next set of questions, and that was to take you to Schedule 2 of the Intergovernmental Agreement. And Operator, that's at BOM 9002 0001 0031, and could that please be broadcast? And then moving to page 0039, could that please be broadcast as well? And Table 2B identifies those particular services that are yet to be nationally agreed, which is the forest soil dryness, the forest fire danger scale, the grassland fire danger scale, and those three services. What is the status of the discussions regarding agreement on those three matters? And if it's easier, we take it one by one. So, for example, the forest soil dryness.
Thanks, Council. That is easier. So, with regard to the forest soil dryness, there is several soil dryness models that are available for use. There is discussion between the Bureau of Meteorology and the fire agencies as to which one it serves the purposes best, and then unpacking what would be required to operationalise that service. So those discussions are still live.
And how long have those discussions been taking place?
Since this agreement was struck, there has been discussion in these areas, but I think that the new technologies have come online more recently. So new options to be able to provide solutions into this space.
And what are the key, if you're able to identify, what are the key challenges or the key barriers that need to be overcome for agreement to be reached on that forest soil dryness service or prediction model?
This is stretching a little bit beyond my direct area of expertise, but to the best of my knowledge, it is an item that is under consideration as part of the Australian Fire Danger Rating System and how it will interact with the outcomes of that process. And there's several models that are under assessment in research projects that the outcomes of those will inform which way we go.
Okay. And if we now move on to the forest fire danger scale, again, is the status of those at the moment that particular danger scale is also, because this is a 2018 agreement, not yet nationally agreed?
That's correct.
And again, are you able to identify where those discussions are at and what the key barriers are in terms of reaching agreement?
Sure. So after the Black Saturday event, Victoria chose to go with the term Code Red, where all of the other jurisdictions have used the term catastrophic as the highest level of the fire danger rating. And I think it's probably a question that might be more pertinent to either the Rural Fire Service, who are leading the Australian Fire Danger Rating System project, but once we have a consistent fire danger rating system across the whole country, I believe that there will be a discussion about the use of Code Red in Victoria, but that's a jurisdictional matter.
And how does that affect the capacity of the Bureau to provide a standardised service through to the jurisdictions?
For this particular case, it's really just about community messaging. So we know that at border locations, we just need to be quite clear as to what we're communicating, as you'll have similar sorts of weather conditions that are applicable to a location such as Albury-Wodonga, but maybe on one side of the border labelled as catastrophic and on the other Code Red. So we just need to be mindful of that and ensure that we capture that.
Sorry, Mr. Guy, are the thresholds different in different states?
To the best of my knowledge, I think they've actually been standardised. There may be some variations within Tasmania due to climatic conditions, but that's okay. That was part of the principles, I guess, when we went into the standardisation work, that there would be jurisdictional differences due to climatic reasons.
No, with no questions. We're just looking at each other again on the national approach to this, that's all.
And then if we can move down to the next particular item, which is the grassland fire danger scale, what is the status of the discussions around that becoming an agreed service or agreed scale? Again,
as per the previous item, the difference relates to the Code Red term being used in Victoria, whereas catastrophic being used in other jurisdictions. Again, related to the implementation of the Australian Fire Danger Rating System, that's probably the point in time where that will be revisited, and that'll be a matter for the jurisdiction to decide what they will do there.
Okay, thank you. I'm planning to move on from the intergovernmental agreement now.
No, that's okay.
So in terms of the specific roles that the Bureau played during the 2019 and 2020 bushfire season, I understand that the Bureau provided briefings at various national bodies, including the Australian Government Crisis Committee.
That's correct.
And what was the role of the Bureau at those meetings?
So the Bureau provides a weather outlook which covers off on the antecedent conditions, so the conditions of the previous period of relevance, and then looks specifically at the forecast, and in this case fire and heat were the specific hazards that we were looking at. So the content was tailored to look at the key parameters for those two hazards. But if it was another hazard, potentially cyclone and flooding, then the presentation would be focused on those aspects. And then, so that's in the short term for the next day or so, and then the next week or so, and then also providing the outlook in the multi-week and month space. So really providing situational awareness of what has happened, what's immediately about to happen, what may then come, and then what will be coming a bit after that.
Okay, and was that the nature of the briefing that you were providing to the AGCC during that summer period?
Yes. So both briefings Yeah, so the briefings that we provide to both of those meetings are identical in content.
Okay. And so when you say both of those meetings, what is the other meeting you're referring to?
Sorry, the NCC meeting, the Australian Government Crisis Coordination meeting.
Okay, so the National Crisis Committee, and then the second one is the Australian Government Crisis Committee, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I think, thank you. And then in addition, there were incident weather forecasts being provided?
So this is an item that Todd can speak to more readily than myself.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith, I might now bring you in. So I understand that incident weather forecasts were provided to various jurisdictions over the 2019-2020 bushfire season?
Yeah, that's correct. One of the services that we provide on a as requested basis from the fire agencies is what we call an incident weather forecast, and what they are is a very detailed forecast for a point location, usually where there's a going fire, where there might be prescribed burns planned, or where emergency fire agencies are actively fighting a fire and they want a more detailed forecast for that area. So we provided several thousand, I think it was, of those over the entire season, but very much on a as request basis. We get the request from the fire agency straight into our forecasting centres.
Thank you. And so might now ask you, Mr. Smith, I'm moving away from those briefing sessions unless the commissioners have any questions.
Are you going to be dealing with the information to the public? Of what the information of which the public can be aware, or the means by which the public can access this information?
I can.
Well, I can ask it. Okay. No, if you were going to, I would stop. Were you actually going to cover
No,
that? Okay. Quick question. Two questions. First, I must say about, I can't help myself, the fire danger scale. My understanding is that that's with AFAC, and they're predicting that they might get something done by 2022 to get these three characteristics sorted out, the ones that Mr. Maguire spoke about. But I'm rather looking to the impact on the public. And I think that might be Mr. Smith. There are two issues I want to raise. One is, my first question is, do you provide the same information, I don't mean the detail of it, but the same characteristic information to each of the jurisdictions? You know what I mean? Obviously it's different for different locations, but do you provide the same information characteristics to each of the jurisdictions?
Yeah, certainly through the fire weather forecast, which is ingested into many of the fire agencies, and is also, a lot of that is publicly available. Those incident weather forecasts, I guess as per the intergovernmental agreement, there's a standardised approach to that. Obviously the information within each forecast is nuanced for the local area.
Exactly.
And then probably the variation, the main variation is probably in the decision support services that are provided by embedded meteorologists. So we have meteorologists embedded in fire agencies across most, but not all jurisdictions, and they're the specialists that provide really detailed interpretation of the weather situation, communication around uncertainty scenarios, and advice.
So I'm just,
and they're on a fee-for-service basis.
okay, I'm now just trying to think about the public access. So I guess one of my questions, is like this. I mean, does that information, to your knowledge, get fed through within the various jurisdictions into their, what I'm familiar with, the Fires Near Me app, that information? And alternatively, or additionally, I suppose, can the public get access to that sort of detailed information that the Bureau has with regard to incidents? And to your knowledge, if so, does the public utilise that, or does it know to utilise that if you're in the communication space?
Sure. So certainly the 7-day forecasts and the the parameters, wind, temperature, etc., humidity that make up the fire weather forecast are publicly available, and we also have publicly available maps of fire danger indices, and the fire weather warnings are very much a public and community product. Similarly, our public messaging, so media briefings, radio crosses, etc., are all out there in the public domain. Probably specifically to your question, the incident weather forecasts are specially provided to our emergency services agency. They are of a higher technical nature, and they aren't available to the public. And so how information is distributed from them out to the public by those agencies is for the agencies to determine.
Thank you.
So a follow-on to that, the fire prediction models for particular fires and the graphic that was put out, now this is a potential for where the fire would go based on forecast weather conditions and where the embers may go. Do you produce those on behalf of RFS, CFA and the like, or do they take your data and produce those themselves?
Yeah, so this is getting a little bit outside my area of expertise, but my understanding is that the fire behaviour modelling is the responsibility or in the domain of the agencies, and what we do is we work with the agencies to feed in the weather data, wind, temperature, etc., that drives those models, but the output is owned by the individual agencies.
Okay, thanks for that. And it's,
If I may add, Chair.
yeah, good. I'm going to go to you again, Mr. Maguire, just briefly, but if you want to add something, please.
If I may add, so our embedded forecasters are usually located right next to the agency staff who are doing the fire prediction modelling, and so there is a very close backward and forwards conversation and exchanging of information and assessments and of the various model output as the weather model output and forecast is combined with the fire weather models.
Okay, and then this may be outside your expertise, but I'd like to ask it, the more commonly referred to now pyrocumulus that we hear. I know the technical term is different to that, and the uncertainty that provides at a localised level for fire behaviour. What sort of research is going into better predict what may be the outcome of a pyrocumulus forming and the potential outcomes of that? I think that was a big issue for the last fire season, if I remember earlier evidence.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for that question. We do have research currently into that area, which has a pilot service that was available for some operatives just to see how well it was tracking over the season. And it provides an assessment of the environment that is conducive to these very dangerous fire weather phenomena. And so it is very much in a research and development stage, and with further support could be further developed into an operational service, and then further enhance our understanding of this phenomena.
Thanks for that. Obviously, it's a huge community issue, but it's actually a huge risk for those out there fighting the fires as well. So thank you for that information. Commissioner McIntosh has 1,000 questions, but we might hold that until you finish with these two witnesses at the end, if that's okay. I might have exaggerated a little bit.
So, Mr. Smith, I was wondering if we can now look at the decision support capability of the Bureau, and in particular in the context of the bushfires, and thinking about this past season that's gone, if you can just talk first of all about what that decision support capability deployment, what services they were directed towards in this particular bushfire season, and then I'll come back to more specifically dealing with how that actually occurred.
Sure, thank you. What I might do is I might just distinguish between decision support services, and I'll paint a picture of what they look like leading into and during the season, as distinct from a decision support meteorologist, which is a specific capability that sits with our fire agencies in various jurisdictions, if that's suitable.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. So decision support services that we provide leading into the season is very much around briefing fire authorities and agencies that own assets, etc., that make up the broader response first responder community in each state and territory, with briefings of what we're expecting with the coming season. So what's the current situation around drought? What are our seasonal forecasts for temperature and rainfall, and therefore what kind of fire season are we likely to see? So you earlier on, Shani was talking about the briefings, the weekly briefings that go into the CCC, the Crisis Coordination Centre. Similarly, there's briefings that are happening at that state and territory level, tailored to the specific jurisdictions, and really working hand in glove with those agencies in preparing for the season ahead. So those conversations really started in the middle of last year, well before the spring started to warm up, and also working with fire agencies around training activities, training their staff within fire agencies on interpretation of weather information, our services, etc. All of these fit into the category of decision support, essentially enabling those agencies to better understand the weather that's impacting on their operations and to support any decisions that they're making. We also do a lot of pre-season education in partnership with our emergency management colleagues for the public, raising awareness of the season that is to come, what sort of risks or hazards we're expecting, where to seek information, etc.
Mr. Smith,
as we go into the season.
Sorry, if I could just interrupt for a second. Are you able to provide a couple of examples of that community information and the community briefings that occurred leading into this particular fire season?
I can give general, perhaps a general response, but I'd be happy to go away and collect some specific examples if that suits. But essentially,
that'd be great.
Sorry, you just cut out there.
No, it's all right. If you could provide a general response.
Yeah, sure. So leading into the season, we would often do press briefings with the fire agency junctures. So it might be the start of the fire season, or it might be we've just released the seasonal outlook and it's looking particularly warm and dry. But in partnership with those agencies, we would develop a communication package that would then either go out via our social media or traditional media and reach the community, the various media platforms that we have access to, utilising certain events or times in the calendar, or if there's a particularly outlook coming up, where we would tell that by the various. That was happening across multiple jurisdictions, certainly during the August-September period last year. Just going on to the decision support activities as we go into the fire season. We mentioned earlier the daily weather forecasts that are provided and the issuance of fire weather warnings. The role of the decision support meteorologist becomes particularly important as we go into fire events or when there are fires going, and what they they do is they will often, as Shani mentioned, they'll often sit next to the fire behaviour analyst in the fire agencies and help them to interpret the latest observational data as well as the forecast information that is coming from the Bureau, from our modelling capability, and to help them understand what some of the uncertainties might be in those forecasts, and also what some of the potential, worst case scenarios might be on particular fire grounds. Going back to that question around the fire-generated thunderstorms, whilst that is an area of active research and there's a lot more that we, need to do in that space, it's worth pointing out that our decision support meteorologists are very well trained at identifying environments that are conducive to pyrocumulonimbus, and so they will be providing that advice directly to the fire behaviour analysts and to the agencies, giving them a sense of what's the risk of particular fire grounds getting a thunderstorm over the top of it, and if so, what are the sorts of impacts locally that would be experienced in that scenario. So really, really fine, detailed, tailored information and advice to support those decision makers during events.
Okay, so if sorry, Mr.
That's okay.
Please go ahead.
I was just going to say, in parallel to the really up close work that the embedded meteorologists be doing, we would also be probably at the higher level, at the agency head level, would be coordinating our public messaging leading into and during major events. So really important that messaging from each of the agencies, is linked in and happening in parallel and is consistent. So that's a really
Mr. Smith,
big
can I
part
just,
of.
if I can just unpack that a little bit, when you say the messaging from each of the agencies, what agencies are you referring to?
So typically it would be the Bureau and also the relevant fire agency or emergency service agency. There might be a slightly different makeup in each jurisdiction, just depending on who the authority is, but generally the hazard owner, so the emergency service or fire agency in each jurisdiction, and the Bureau. And I said, when I talk about connecting them up, what I'm saying there is we need to connect up the story that we're telling in terms of the evolving weather situation with the impacts that are being experienced on the ground and what the agencies are asking communities to do in response to that. Sounds easy to do, but it's something that does require really close and careful coordination leading into events because the situation can rapidly change.
Okay, so that's coordination between the Bureau and the various agencies either involved in the fire agencies or the emergency management agencies that are involved in response to ensure that there's a consistent messaging to the community around weather and fire danger.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then moving... oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, and often on major events, Premier and Cabinet or Department of Chief Minister will connect in and be involved in that messaging when it's really needing to be elevated.
Okay. And so then moving to the 2019 and 2020 bushfire season and the specific deployments that were undertaken by the Bureau, are you able to just speak to the scale of that, how many individuals, number of agencies, and then we might then move on to just more specifically how that deployment took place?
Sure. Look, I don't have all of the exact numbers, but I guess what I can say broadly is that in each of our state and territory offices, we have around 15 to 20 meteorologists that are focused on delivering services right across the nation and to a whole range of customers.
As the fire season started to unfold, we needed to respond to that demand and to deploy more of our capability in support of fire agencies like New South Wales RFS in particular. And what we were able to do is, so for example, our standard contract would be to have one embedded meteorologist in the RFS all year round. However, during the peak of the fire, we had up to 3 or 4 people, embedded meteorologists in there supporting those decisions, critical decisions that were needing to be made. So going back to the IGA and the standardisation of the services in which we delivered, that allowed us to deploy capability across jurisdictions. So, for example, if New South Wales and Victoria were particularly under threat from the bushfires, which we saw in late December and into January, we were able to deploy capability from other jurisdictions like Tasmania or WA or Queensland to be able to support those efforts and those services that were being delivered within New South Wales and Victoria, for example.
Okay, so do I understand by what you're saying, that means that your staff don't necessarily have to be embedded with a particular operations centre to be able to then deploy these support services during the bushfires, in the sense that there's some flexibility in the way that they can either be deployed as an embedded service or they can be deployed as a remote service?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. So the decision support service we were talking about, where the meteorologist has really specialised skills and is sitting right next to the fire behaviour analyst, is very much a role that is optimised by that proximity and co-location.
And so,
but there's a range of...
Sorry, Ms. Smith, if I can just follow on from that. And so that those meteorologists that have that particular skill set, how many does the Bureau have approximately? And were all of those deployed? Where were they deployed during this particular bushfire season? Again, I don't have the exact numbers, but I guess just following on from what I was saying before, the people who have the relationship with the fire agency and the emergency service agency and the expertise are often at that local level. So for New South Wales, for example, they are in our Sydney office. There's a range of functions and services that those staff might normally deliver from our state office in Sydney. And so the way in which we surged our operations is that staff in other jurisdictions would come in and undertake and support functions like the fire weather forecast that goes out to the public, any other ancillary products that are being delivered, and what for New South Wales specifically, and what that would then do is release somebody locally in the Sydney office to go out to the RFS and to spend time there. So it's releasing that local capability that has that relationship. They understand the local knowledge and the weather patterns, and they have that specialisation. So it's not a direct kind of deployment straight into a location, although we do have a range of specialists who have experience working in any jurisdiction. But that's certainly something that we hope to continue to build upon. So, Commissioners, I have no further questions.
Commissioner McIntosh.
It's not 1,000, don't worry. Afternoon. Thank you for joining us, and thanks for your evidence. I just wanted to take you to BOM 501-001-0010 and also 0011, so we get them both up at the same time. I'm interested in a technical question about the Forest Fire Danger Index, FFDI, because we all have to have an acronym. It's important to use acronyms in this context, I understand.
That's a TLA.
Yeah. Down both at the bottom of page 10 and over on page 11, you explain about fuel loads, and you say that for the FFDI and the Grassland Fire Danger Index, fuels are either classified as forest or grass, and then there's a qualification about Tasmanian button grass. For forest, does that mean we've got a single vegetation type? And then beyond that, what does that mean when you say that fuel load information is obtained from fire agencies? Does that mean, for example, that for all areas classified as forest, there's a simple one number, or does it mean we get multiple different numbers that are based on time since last fire, for example, and if so, at what resolution?
Thank you, Commissioner, for those series of questions. I'll step through them, but I may ask you just to repeat some of them if I've missed some. So you are correct in identifying that the current system does have grass and forest and moorland in Tasmania as its fuel sources. The Australian Fire Danger Rating System that is in development will have many more fuel types being able to be deployed. So that was the first query I think that you were asking. The second query, if I may check, was in and around what sort of number we get for forests?
Yes, is it a simple mean?
Species? Is it?
Sorry, I was just going to say, is it a simple mean estimate, or that's spread across everywhere, or do you have dynamic estimates that are generated at the beginning of each fire season that are either taken from direct observations or from remote sensing, and also at what resolution if you do use more dynamic estimates?
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Look, this is a question it's probably best directed at the agencies, the fire agencies, but I'll provide the information that I have. So for grass, we are moving towards being able to do that in a remote sensed manner, using satellite techniques to look at how cured or how dry that grass is. Traditionally, there used to be observations taken by fire agencies on the ground by looking at the fuel and looking up look-up books with various photos of various different types of cured grass. In terms of the forests, again, that information is the responsibility of the agencies to provide the Bureau. And so in terms of your questions, it is a dynamic thing. It's not just a one assessment ahead of the season that doesn't change throughout. How frequently that updates, I'm sorry, I can't answer that, but we can seek someone who has that information for you, if that's useful to Council. And how that differs across each of the jurisdictions. Again, that's detailed information that I don't have to hand, but I do know that there are different approaches that each of the jurisdictions take in this particular space. Again, that will be looked to be standardised as we move towards the new Australian Fire Danger Rating System.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, I don't want to become a Forest Fire Danger Index expert. I'm just trying to look for areas for improvement, and it sounds like at least the standardisation of data collection and approaches is one area. Following on a similar theme, can I take the witnesses over to page 19 of the same document, so that's 0019. And on that page, under the heading lack of requirement to share hazard exposure and vulnerability data, You say there in the first sentence, or your agency does, there is no requirement, legislated otherwise, for states, territories or the Commonwealth to supply hazard, exposure and vulnerability data relating to fire risk to a central agency such as exists under the Water Act. The types of data that you're talking about there would obviously include, I assume, fuel loads, as we were just discussing, but also things about building types, identified information about vulnerable communities and vulnerable populations, probably things, and on the same theme, schools, nursing homes. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about? I'm seeing you nodding, which is...
definitely, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner, we have a pilot under the Data Integration Partnership for Australia program that the Prime Minister's office has been sponsoring, where we're looking at the heatwave hazard. And we've been able to bring together information from the Bureau of Meteorology, from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, from Geoscience Australia with their Nexus data set, and also from the Department of Health in terms of admissions, and that has been able to uncover a lot more intelligence about the heat hazard. We forecast temperature quite well, but we know that putting out a map that covers half of the country saying that it's going to be quite dangerous isn't as effective as targeting our messaging and our responses. And so being able to bring together not only the data, but the intelligence and the people who understand that data has been able to give us insight into where the particular vulnerabilities are, and then what targeted interventions or communications may be possible and may be more effective to put into practice. And that would be appropriate for fire and across all of our hazards.
Thank you. One more if I could, Chair. If we turn over the page to 0020, you make the agency makes a suggestion there about establishing a comprehensive national platform that includes historical forecasts and future natural hazards information. We've heard about the creation of this national bushfire information capability or intelligence capability. Here it seems like you're suggesting the same sort of thing but bigger, covering all hazards and covering also socioeconomic data as well. Is that a reasonably accurate statement?
Yes, I think the timescale is the pertinent thing here, Commissioner. So I think with the NBIC proposal that has been discussed with the Commission has really got a focus in the 0 to maybe 7 day type time horizon, and that requires a certain cadence in the data feeds and security in the uptime of that system, which you need to build into a system. What we're referring to here is probably looking at the planning horizon. Again, similar information that we're bringing together, but if I was to use an example of our coastal councils in Australia, each of those needs to make an assessment as to what the natural variability or climate change of sea level will be doing in informing various activities that they have to undergo. And at the moment, there is no best set of data or techniques to be able to draw upon to be able to do that, or expertise. So part of what is meant through the information that has been highlighted is really just getting to that. We've got lots of different approaches. Can we bring this together so that those that want to apply themselves to planning in that longer term timescale have assurance that they're drawing upon the best information and the best advice and the best techniques for the situation that they're trying to address. With the National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, which you heard Mr. Cameron speak to, we are really trying to make sure that the decisions that we're making in terms of putting infrastructure into the community are not building in future risk. And so that's what we're getting to with this point, to have a set of data and techniques and experts to be able to really ensure that we're closing off on that risk.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Just a couple of questions to close up. The first one is, we see all the higher level information. You turn on TV or you pick up a newspaper or go online or whatever, go onto the BOM website and you see the product, which might give us the 7-day forecast, the fire forecast, the heat, the like. Underneath that is a lot of higher fidelity information that you've been talking about, of which is made available to the states for their use. I think I know the answer, but why wouldn't that information also be publicly accessible?
I think I can maybe answer that one. So in particular reference to the incident weather forecast, that's the way in which that service is provided is described in the IGA, and certainly there's some incident weather forecasts that are fee for service for those specific agencies, and then there are others that are part of our standard offering. There's a high level of technical information in those products that are specifically tailored to the customer, being the fire agency, but certainly through the Hazards Services Forum, we could explore the utility of expanding that publicly, making that sort of stuff publicly available. It would need to be, again, tailored to that different customer group, being the community, as opposed to what are quite sophisticated users of our weather information in the fire agency. So that's perhaps the distinction between those two parts.
No, and I'm not saying we should
Give
1,000 meteorologists out there to try and interpret it themselves, but I'm just interested in what the impediments might be there. And I've got one more question. I'll go to Commissioner Bennett just to finish up. If we just go to the paragraph before what's up at the moment. So the bottom paragraph. So lack of national multi-agency coordinated climate service for Australia. My first response was surely not. But looking at that, I can understand all the people that play in this space. I'm not sure that tells me what might be being done to try and bring this together. And I understand there's a lot of forums and we have made a lot of progress there, but is there actually formal actions to try and bring all this together to be a better coordinated system?
I think, Chair, that query is beyond the expertise of either myself or Todd, who are more focused on the shorter timescales, but we could bring in a subject matter expert to provide an answer to that query, such as Dr. Braganza, who's already appeared.
Okay, no, thanks. We will ask them. But I appreciate it. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Sorry about that. Commissioner Bennett.
No, not a problem, Chair.
No, I'm just going back to one of the questions about warnings in the public, just to try and understand it. And I've had another good check of your website too, which is very, very helpful. Just noticing in the intergovernmental agreement that it's acknowledged that it's the Bureau that has the historical, it's in each case it's set out, has the historical and statutory responsibility for the issue of warnings of weather conditions likely to endanger people or property. And then it talks about the responsibility within the various states, if I can call it that, or the state agencies. Now, you do put out warnings on your website. That's the case, isn't it? Yes, I can see you both nodding.
That's correct. Yes, Commissioner.
Transcript. But do I take it, that in terms of ensuring that the warning gets beyond people who choose to go to your website, the way this works is, from the Bureau's perspective, you fulfil your statutory responsibility for the issue of warnings by putting it on your website and then relying upon the state agencies to convey those warnings to the public, more actively to the public. Is that the way the agreement works?
I think that I might have a crack at this one first, Mr. Smith, if you like. The Bureau uses many channels to get our information out directly to the public, as well as to our partner agencies, and then through our partner agencies to the public. So we have, as you would be aware, we have radio.
No, you've gone silent, sorry.
Mr. Maguire, if you could
How about
please,
now?
I think your internet just cut out for a little bit, so we lost you with audio. If you could please.
I think you're about to say through radios and through the media as well. I think is what you're about to raise, because one does hear that in the on the media. Is that what you're about to talk about? That's where you cut out.
That's correct, Commissioner. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Yes, I was about to say that we have extensive live crosses through the ABC, who are the emergency broadcast partner for the country. We also have various social media channels, and we have done extensive user-centred design on our products. To fulfil our obligation, we really want to make sure that our messages are going to the last mile and we are actually achieving behavioural change and the avoidance of loss of life with the issuing of these warnings. It is definitely a lot more than just putting them just on our website.
Thank you. No, thank you. I wasn't wishing to belittle it, and of course you are. I was just trying. I think I was just looking specifically at this agreement, and I was focusing on that. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, thank you for that. But commissioners have no more questions. But I just would like to thank Bureau of Met. You are the face of a lot of agencies that are behind you in presenting information to the public in some very critical times. So I just want to thank you for all the work that does go into that. I know the public does appreciate it very much. Councillor?
There are no questions from the parties with leave to appear.
Okay.
If the witnesses could please be excused.
They can be excused. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us this afternoon, and I appreciate you taking the time with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioners, the next witness is from Geoscience Australia. It's Ms. Alison Rose. Ms. Rose is the Chief of Place, Space and Communities at Geoscience Australia. If I could tender a bundle of documents relevant to her evidence, bundle 6.6. Documents 6.6.1 and 6.6.3 are the responses to notices issued by the Commission on 2 June and 30 May. And document 6.6.2 is Ms. Rose's curriculum vitae.
Okay, we'll take those documents as exhibits as marked. Thank you.
I call Ms. Rose.
Ms. Rose, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Rose, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Miss Rose, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Rose, if you could please start just by giving a very high-level categorisation of the tools and technologies that Geoscience Australia has in the natural hazard space. And I understand that there's 3 core areas.
Yes, so in terms of Geoscience Australia's role and support that it provides across the broad spectrum of natural hazard preparedness, mitigation, response and recovery, it can be broadly categorised against 3 key areas. So the first is geoscience data, information and capabilities that are really made available to a broad cross-section of stakeholders. The general guiding principles that we employ in the development and delivery of those data, information and capabilities is that it uses openly licensed national data sets, that it's accessible to the broadest possible number of sectors, whether that's, research, academia, but also industry and broad cross-section of government, including research and development organisations. So making it as accessible as possible. And we also build it in terms of open platforms and open source code so that it can be easily consumed within our customers' spatial data infrastructures, but also ICT infrastructures. So in terms of our capabilities and our data and information, we have around 40 capabilities, particularly in the natural hazard space. I will note that 3 particular areas are operational capability. So earthquake and tsunami warning capabilities are operational, and we do that in collaboration with the Bureau of Meteorology. We also support
Ms. Rose, if I could just interrupt for a second, I apologise. When you say it's operationalised, could you please explain what you mean by that?
So it means in terms of our earthquake and tsunami warning capabilities, it means it's an operational capability with near real-time data feeds that we do in partnerships with Bureau of Meteorology. So, for example, with earthquakes, we take information from our Australian seismograph network, and within 10 minutes we're able to alert the Bureau of Meteorology around the existence of an earthquake or the event itself. Okay. So that's what I mean by operational.
Thank you for explaining that. And in terms of, so if I understand it, that data capability is either data tools and platforms that are made available by Geoscience Australia, or it's your own data capability that is feeding into other organisations and agencies on a real-time basis, operationally, to use your phrase.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then
the second.
So this the second aspect is the spatial support, and if you could please explain what is meant by spatial support.
Sure. So we provide dedicated spatial support to Australian government agencies, and that includes operational emergency services agencies. The form that takes can either be technical support, i.e. we're providing spatial data and infrastructure support, technical training to spatial teams within Australian government agencies.
If I could ask, Ms. Rose, if you could just, sorry to interrupt, explain what spatial data is.
Spatial data is basically data that gives a location or an elevation.
So would that be a map, or is that usually in the form of a map?
It could be in the form of a map. It could also be in the form of, if you were to use standard mapping platforms, it could be a road, it could be a building footprint. Spatial data itself is what is used to actually make that mapping product. So effectively it captures natural and man-made features at varying scales of detail.
I'm sorry,
so
you're explaining spatial support.
So we provide technical support in terms of spatial infrastructure and technical training, but we can also provide dedicated embedded operational support whereby our analysts would be embedded within an agency and working within that footprint and the processes and structure. So an example would be our ongoing support to Emergency Management Australia's Crisis Coordination Centre, where we provide dedicated technical support to the CCC.
And so what's the nature of that technical support, if you can provide an example?
So the nature of that technical support really ranges from training. So we do provide training to the spatial team within Emergency Management Australia. In fact, we provide face-to-face or online training. There's 50 spatial lessons that are available online, and we do provide that to CCC staff.
And what is that training related to tools that are provided by Geoscience Australia? And if so, what are the tools?
Yeah, so it's actually relating to EMA's own spatial data infrastructure. So it's providing them mapping training and tools training to be able to use the tools that are inherent in EMA's system. We also run annual exercises through an EM resource directory with a focus on all hazards, and that's usually done in advance of the summer season. But we also, as an agency, have supported EMA CCC with an online platform that gives access to some standardised map templates and briefing templates. And so we give training to CCC staff on how to utilise those. And that's the technical support that we provide. If we were to look at the 2019-20 bushfire season and during crisis, we actually had an embedded Geoscience Australia officer as part of the CCC, and they were seconded full-time. And they supported CCC members with the development of standardised mapping and briefing, technical support, but also supported spatial data requests and accesses. So that's the type of support that we will provide when I talk about dedicated spatial support.
Okay. And then in terms of the third category, it's an advice, and how does that, you talked about spatial support to Australian government agencies, and you've also talked about advice and support in the emergency management context. Is there a little bit of overlap?
Yes, so I'm talking about GA officers providing dedicated support to Australian government agencies in their ability to be able to execute on their mission.
Yeah.
Whereas when I talk about advice and support, we're also part of the, standard committee meetings and forums to be able to bring geoscience advice to bear at those forums. So any geoscience related advice and support that's required through emergency management or natural disaster risk reduction forums, that's a key role that we would play.
Okay, and I think we might come back to that in a later point. So we might now just turn to some of the specific tools. And in particular, if I could ask you about the Nexus database and the Australian Exposure Information Platform. And first of all, in terms of natural hazards, which particular natural hazards does this platform or database apply to? And actually, if you could answer that first.
Okay, so the Australian Exposure Information Platform is an all hazards capability, which provides exposure reports on demand at any scale. So it's an exposure report and it's irrespective of what the hazard is.
Okay, and so can you explain what you mean by an exposure report? So what information is actually in that report?
So the reports give a detailed statistical summary of exposure. So it can include, or it does include, the number of people, dwellings, other buildings and structures, agricultural and environmental assets that are within a threat area or a hazard event. And the actual spatial area that's selected can be user defined. So the user can either describe or basically draw the area that they're interested in, or alternatively, they can use something like a local government area boundary data set to be able to generate that exposure report.
And so that's a report as opposed to a map, in the sense that it can tell you that there is, for example, 10 residential buildings in that particular geographical area, but it doesn't tell you the location of those 10 different buildings in that particular area. Is that correct?
There is a mapping component to it. I mean, the actual exposure report is statistical exposure information, but there is a map that actually defines that area as part of the exposure report. But the focus is on the statistical summary, the detailed statistical summary.
And where is that that information that's in Nexus and the exposure information? Oh, actually, can you explain the relationship between the Nexus database and the Australian Exposure Information Platform?
Okay, so Nexus, or the National Exposure Information System, is the database that contains all of that detailed statistical information. The Australian Exposure Information Platform is actually the visualisation, the platform to be able to look spatially at the data.
Okay.
So it's a web tool, it's a web-based interface.
And where is the data drawn from?
The data is drawn from a number of different areas. So it actually draws quite a bit of information from ABS in terms of statistical demographic information. There's building data, which is a mix of local, state, Commonwealth and industry data. The demographics, like I said, is ABS data. The institution data is, again, a mix of local, state, Commonwealth and industry data. We've got business exposure information that comes from the Australian Business Register. So that includes, number of businesses, registered charities and so forth. The agricultural exposure comes from ABS data. And finally, environmental exposure comes from Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment information. So it's quite a broad cross-sector of data sets that are amalgamated to be able to produce the exposure reports.
So if I'm just trying to understand it, so if I come in and I want to know what critical infrastructure is present in a given part of the country, do you basically have the information or the platforms available to enable me to know exactly where they are?
So this particular tool looks at exposure. So one of the layers, or one of the areas of information that you will get, will be that infrastructure information, yes.
What type of infrastructure information is available in that platform?
I would need to actually take that away and get more detail for you on the type of infrastructure information.
That's fine. But in terms of, this is a publicly available resource, so this information is available to anyone who wants to log on and use the Australian Exposure Information Platform. Is that correct?
That's correct. It is a publicly available resource. Just in terms of the extent of use, I can confirm during the 2019-20 bushfire period, 14,400 exposure reports were generated. On an average monthly basis, we have around 400 reports that are generated. And on average, we have currently around 244 users across 58 entities that use the APE tool.
And do you have a sense of the different types of agencies? If it's 58 agencies, are they private sector? Is it government? Do you have a sense of the mix of the users of that platform?
Yeah, all 244 individual users, I've been advised, have emergency management responsibilities. So this is quite comprehensively used by emergency management to understand exposure in terms of any type of hazard. Of the 58 entities, half were emergency management responders, such as fire, police and the SES. So that gives a pretty good indication in terms of the industry use.
Can I just build on that? Would any of those state entities, local government areas, and where we're coming from is whether this is useful to help them understand what their major risks are in preparing for a fire or a flood or whatever?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it does give that level of indication because it really is identifying what is exposed to a natural hazard. And it gives the level of detail from an infrastructure perspective or a demographic perspective. And it goes down. Generally, it's aggregated at a statistical level 1, which is essentially between 200 to 800 people. So it can give you quite an early indication in terms of what is exposed to a hazard across a spatial extent, if that makes sense, Commissioner.
No, it does, thanks. Is it a fee for service?
No.
No?
Sorry, Commissioner. No, it's not a fee for service. It's
Okay.
openly accessible.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good to know. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms Rose, in terms of the users, are you able to identify whether there are any local government entities that are users of this particular service?
I can confirm that 11% of the 244 current users are local government authorities.
So, okay, so that's about 20 users.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, I was going to move on to a different platform. Did you have any additional questions?
No, please, that was very
No,
informative,
no.
but it's something we need to take away and talk about a bit more. Thank you.
And so the next platform or tool that Geoscience Australia uses that I'd like to ask you about is a Digital Earth Australia capability.
Yes.
And I understand the users include mapping for pre-existing conditions contributing to hazards.
Yes.
And are you able to speak to that, just a very broad overview of how that mapping works?
Sure. So Digital Earth Australia is a digital transformation program that really leverages open Earth observation satellite data. In terms of mapping pre-existing conditions, situational awareness, there are a number of products that we generate that could support modelling. One of those is land cover. It's a continental scale land cover data set. At the moment, it was last developed in 2016 at 250 metre resolution, but we do have a new capability that we're building at the moment that goes to 30 metres and 37 subclasses. We also have a second product identifies... Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Ms Rose. That particular product, can that give information about vegetation and vegetation in a particular area?
Yes, it can. So perhaps I could take a moment to talk about our current product and what we're generating in terms of a new product. Would you like me to work through that for you?
Please.
Excellent. So Geoscience Australia began a land cover project in 2008. The product that we generated is called the Dynamic Land Cover Dataset of Australia, which provides generic land cover information for the period 2001 through to 2016. It is quite coarse in terms of resolution, so it's a 250 metre scale product. What we're doing now, recognising the actual genesis of the land cover product was the requirement to serve the reporting requirements required by the UN system of environmental economic accounting. And so we were able to provide that dynamic land cover data set of Australia to try and support that. But we quickly recognised that we needed more fine and detailed products. So we're working on our DEA land cover classification system project. We've just done our first development of that capability, and our data is being tested and validated. It takes our 250 metre product down to a 30 metre product, and it has 37 classes of land cover. of which cultivated terrestrial vegetation is one of them. So it goes into, urban water bodies, but also into vegetation as well, and gives quite a detail in terms of the different classes of land cover available.
Are you able to just describe just the different types of classifications of land cover that are available in the new system?
Excellent. So basically, they cover everything from what is an artificial surface or an urban environment, what is the water type, what is the type of vegetation that's available. So broadly, it's under those criteria, and then it goes into a level of detail. So, for example, for vegetation, it's able to identify cultivated terrestrial vegetation, as opposed to forested areas. For water, it's able to go to tidal area as opposed to artificial dam type information. So that gives a bit of a view into the type of categories of subclasses, of which there are 37.
And do you have a sense of, it's been developed for a particular application and to support accounting in relation to a particular UN goal, but are there other applications that can be, this can be put to, that are relevant to the natural disaster space?
I would suggest that once the LCCS product has been tested and validated, that it could be leveraged by other Australian government and research entities as a data input into fuel load. It is continental scale, so it's whole of Australia. So it is a potential input.
Thank you. Were there any questions from the commissioners before I move into another platform? And so you were talking about the Digital Earth Australia capability, and one example is the land cover, and then one particular capability that was particularly relevant during the 2019 and 2020 bushfires is the DEA hotspots. And if I could just ask you to first explain the relationship between the DEA hotspots and the Sentinel hotspot system. And actually, sorry, I'll take you back to one question first, which is, what is the DEA hotspot system?
Excellent. So DEA hotspots is a capability that Geoscience Australia has used to operationally monitor hotspots or potentially, active fires or likely bushfires since the Canberra fires in 2003. So DEA hotspots, the system itself uses multiple US and Japanese low-resolution satellites that detect basically infrared and thermal radiation or hotspots. Importantly, we use the term hotspot, and that's because it's detecting high temperature features. And for the largest part, it's often fires, but it can potentially also be hot bare rock, as well as thermal plumes from power stations or smelters or oil wells. So a hotspot is potentially a fire. The relationship between Sentinel-2 and DEA hotspots is really about the constellation that's servicing that capability. So Sentinel-2 was a satellite capability that we used as an input into the hotspots. With DEA hotspots, which is the new upgraded tool, it actually leverages the Japanese Himawari 8 geostationary satellite. So it has enhanced capabilities that comes with that. So that's the difference between the two. We're now actively decommissioning Sentinel-2, given that DEA hotspots now has broader access to satellites.
Okay. And how is the DEA hotspots capability used by emergency management agencies? I
think, first of all, what I might do is just call out that there are two versions of DEA hotspots. there's a publicly accessible version of DEA hotspots, which is available via a website. The data in the publicly available system is updated 4 to 6 times a day, whereas the DEA hotspots application that's available to emergency managers is updated about 150 times a day or every 10 minutes via that geostationary satellite that I discussed. That's the clear difference between public access and emergency management. So it gives them situational awareness of potential fire fronts every 10 minutes.
So, Councillor, I do have to ask the question, why? Why is it different for the public and for the emergency services?
That's a good question. The reason why it's different between the public and the emergency services is because we're actually the Himawari 8 or the satellite that we're leveraging for the emergency services version. We had a number of false positives. It's an experimental data feed and that we've been working on the algorithm. And we felt that emergency managers are well aware of the capability of hotspots and therefore had adequate technical proficiency to be able to determine whether false positives were there or not. I'm pleased to report that we're working on refining the algorithm at the moment and aim to have the new algorithm into place by the next bushfire season, in which case it will then become a public accessible capability.
Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it a lot. I know that capability was accessed by a lot of people I know to try and determine where a fire front was and make some assessments of risk when they were told to watch and act. So thank you very much, and I'm sure that'll be a product that people will be wanting to use into the future.
Thank you.
And in terms of the satellite capabilities and the access to satellite resources and spatial data, could you explain the National Bushfire Boundaries dataset that was generated by Geoscience Australia?
Yes, and if I can just clarify, the National Bushfire Boundaries dataset was actually a collaboration between the Emergency Management Spatial Information Network of Australia, MCENA. So MCENA, and perhaps I provide a little context to MCENA, it has members from Australian state, territory and federal government agencies, including fire services, parks and environment, police, defence, energy, weather and spatial services. Their members are spatial information and technology professionals with a direct professional interest in emergency management and national security matters. So in terms of the National Operational Bushfire Boundaries dataset, MCENA actually provided the avenue for state-based boundaries datasets to be offered or provided to Geoscience Australia, and Geoscience Australia did the work to aggregate that data and then create a national scale product.
And how long did that process take?
How long did that? I probably need to check the detail of how long that process took. I wouldn't be able to comment on that at this time.
And are you able to identify when that data set became available?
My understanding is the data set became available in January. I can confirm that in terms of its use, between the 4th of January and the 13th of February alone, it had 35,000 requests per day to the publicly accessible web services. And in fact, in 2020 alone, we've had as many as 1.8 million data requests.
And do you have a sense of who the users are of that data set in terms of those accessing it from the public website?
I would need to confirm, because it's publicly accessible data, I can give usage statistics, but I don't have the detail in terms of what sectors or specific agencies have used that data set.
Okay. And in terms of just describing, it says it's a national bushfire boundaries. Can you explain what that data set is and what information is available in that data set?
Sure. So the data source, a primary data source used to create this national picture of national bushfire boundaries was state and territory created aerial line scan data. So it's actually aerial line scan data, I understand, is taken quite routinely. And then it's the capture of that information and the aggregation of it to a national scale. So it's data that's fed from state and territory government agencies in terms of the actual location of a fire front.
And so an aerial line scan is an aeroplane going over the land, taking images, and those images are then aggregated and provided to Geoscience Australia, who then does a national aggregation. Is that how it works?
Correct. That's correct. So the data is provided by state and territory governments, and then it's aggregated by Geoscience Australia. That does mean we need to do some, I'm getting quite technical now, but potentially some data transformation so that we can aggregate that data, and that's our role in the MCNA capability that was used during the bushfires.
And so what is the information that is given in that data set? Is it's fire extent, or fire? Is it also fire severity too, or just fire extent?
My understanding is that it's fire extent. So it is quite literally the spatial location of the bushfire extent.
Okay, thank you.
That is my understanding, but I can confirm that for you.
And so, Commissioners, I have one further tool that, but I'm conscious of the time.
No, we should continue. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rose. There is another product that is made available by Geoscience Australia called EM Link. Could you please explain what EM Link is?
EM Link is Australia's online catalogue of emergency management web services. So it was established or released in 2017 and contains 145 spatial web services. So they're data streams, if you will, spatial data streams. And there's over 650 users from government, industry, non-profit and the education sector.
And is EM, sorry, if I could just interrupt for a second, I'm sorry, Ms. Rose, EM is that emergency management, so it's a product targeted towards emergency managers?
Correct. So perhaps if I was to give an example of the type of spatial data that's offered via EM Link. So if we were to look at bushfires in particular, my understanding is that there are approximately 50 different data sets or web services that are available through EM Link. And that can be categorised from everything from alerts and warnings right through to bushfire boundaries. So it could include fire trails for some states and territories, fire history. For one state in particular, it has supporting information like aircraft flight history and also some fire history. So it's just an indication of the type of data sets that are available through EM Link.
And is that publicly available or only available to a certain type of institution or organisation?
Well, it is open to government, industry, non-profit and education sectors. In asking for access to the database, that's actually something that Geoscience Australia supports EMA and the emergency management sector with. So it'd be upon application. So it's not publicly available on a website per se. There is a process to seek access to it.
And what is Geoscience Australia's responsibility in relation to EM Link?
Geoscience Australia provides the technical management of EM Link. So essentially, in effect, we're working as a content curator, making sure that the data services are in the right place and that they're available. So a content manager and curator, understanding that a lot of the different data services are actually provided by state and territory governments and other agencies. Emergency Management Australia represents the business and user community in terms of the product owner for EM Link.
Okay. And so specifically in relation to the bushfires over the 2019 and 2020 period, do you have a sense of which particular services within EM Link were used during that time?
Actually, I do. The greatest number of data sets or services that were used or requested during the bushfires, recent bushfires, was current bushfire incidents, emergency notifications, burnt area daily, daily fire danger ratings and fire danger indexes. So they were the most heavily used data sets or web services during the 2019-20 bushfires.
And in terms of the burnt area, is the burnt area information the same information that was the National Bushfire Boundaries data set, or was it a different set of information?
My understanding is that it's the same data set, but I would need to confirm that for you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner McIntosh.
Thank you, Ms Rose, for your evidence and your help today. On page 63 of your submission, so that's GO 502-001-0064, you make a comment that the creation of the data set that Ms Amber Kapathy was just commenting on, the National Burn Scar data, was hampered by limited use of Creative Commons. And then over the page, you also make comment that Geoscience Australia routinely releases its software code, and it's one of few agencies that does that. I just wondered whether you might want to comment more about that issue and the importance of data sharing and sharing of software code for these purposes.
So you're quite right, and I think initially when I was talking about our data information and capabilities from Geoscience Australia, we make every effort to make sure that our data sets, but also our capabilities, are open. So my understanding in terms of the Bushfire Boundaries data set was that there were some data licensing issues in being able to make that data available. But I'd need to confer. It's not my area of expertise, and I'd need to seek further advice on that.
No, thank you. Thanks very much.
Ms Rose, thank you very much for that. I'm sure there are many Australians every day that use your product without realising it comes from Geoscience Australia. But thank you for taking the time with us today. Yes, Amber Kapathy, any...
No matters.
No flags, no matters?
May the witness please be excused.
Yeah, Ms Rose, thank you very much again, and you may be excused. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Hogan-Doran.
Commissioners, I just have a few housekeeping matters that I think it's appropriate that I raise.
Okay.
The first is this morning, just after the luncheon break, I tendered a series of documents. For the benefit of those who don't have the additional tender list, which would be those who do not have leave, the documents in bundle 6.8 was the witness statements, annexures and additional documents from the Department of Home Affairs Critical Infrastructure Security Division. The next bundle, 6.9, was a witness statement and annexures from the Australian Communications and Media Authority and its chair, Nerida O'Loughlin. 6.10 was a witness statement of Claire Savage of the Australian Energy Regulator. 6.11 was the witness statement and a number of annexed documents and additional documents from the Australian Energy Market Operator. And 6.12 was a witness statement and various documents and annexures from the Australian Energy Market Commission, Mr John Pearce AO. Commissioners, I anticipate that material will now be available to parties and non-parties. It will be relevant to our next hearing blocks, and I'll have more to say about that in due course. The other procedural matter is yesterday, Commissioners, it was undertaken to consider whether there would be possible to increase the delay in the live feed. As I'm presently instructed, investigations have been made and it's not possible to do that, and it hasn't been done today, but alternatives have been proposed and those will be provided to you for further consideration.
Okay, and just those previous documents are already in as exhibits.
They are. I'd only identified the bundle. I'd only identified the bundle without identifying what they were, and only parties with leave have the tender list.
Okay, and I appreciate we'll continue to work with the technology and look at what we can do to maximise it.
So that's all we have for this block.
So that's all we have for this block. We will be going out soon with the dates and the timings for the next series of hearings. Before we do that, I just want to thank everyone in the Commission and the team in the back room. It's been 2 weeks of testing the technology and stretching it, and we're going to stretch it even further in the next hearings. But I just want to publicly thank all of them for being able to bring it together the way that we have, and the whole team so far. It's a good job. Thank you very much. And with that, we will adjourn.